Netherlands.
Looks like some of the tanks might have had their bots fucked up, but
This is because it's not the right version.
Oh. Did I send you the wrong version?
No, because I haven't loaded the right version.
Ah, okay.
Now he has.
Okay, there we go.
No DLC, yes.
Alhamdulillah.
Ben,
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
go down into linebacker 1-1 as a commander.
Yeah.
There are no drivers, only gunners and commanders.
There are no humans.
Ross 1-4.
Oh, I wanted to be gunner.
Whatever.
There we go.
Know the rule, Ross.
My
To be, you never
command.
get to be.
I hope that everyone is ready for this to hopefully go smoothly.
I remember the last time we had a tank mission.
The last time we had a tank mission was years ago, wasn't it?
It was during the Bulgaria campaign, so yeah, it would have been about 2 years ago.
Yeah. The
Holy
with
shit,
the,
that was 2 years ago. Oh my fucking god.
2 years and a month, I think. Listen,
yeah,
2 months.
Ross.
Excuse me, why have an existential crisis?
Yeah, Ross, time is a soup.
Oh god.
You slurp it aggressively.
Exev,
Yes.
there is a medic down, yeah, Casevac 1. If you want to be a medic, of course.
Okay.
You will have your own M113 that you will be driving.
I like the sentiment that we're going to somehow have any use for a medic when we're in
Everyone is
vehicles.
tanking.
I mean, somebody's gonna, like, peek their
It
head
comes
out,
with a
turn
turbo
down,
launcher.
and then clip their forehead. So I do think also
Yeah.
Iraqi APDS might
I'm more thinking along the lines of probably if we need a medic, it's either because the tank exploded and we're spread from one end of the grid square to the other, or if we have a typical 345th moment and somebody has a little bit of a, you know, a VID whoopsie. The consequences
mind.
might be a little more severe than usual.
I wouldn't mind being medic, but M113.
I mean, you can do
What's
whatever you
wrong?
want, eh?
What's wrong with the aero
don't
Gavin
like the shit box.
X-Inf?
Which stage should I go in?
Driving one.
So you have a choice between an M1 Abrams or a Bradley, basically.
Chadley.
Which one do you choose?
I would recommend having at least one linebacker.
I'm
We
gonna
have
be
one.
sad if the Bradley slots
Oh,
don't just
God.
like play world beater on fucking loop.
I'm gonna
What
have
is
to be a
it?
driver. Oh,
What is
no.
it? Is Bradley
No.
the IFV version, Bradley, or one
No,
with
it's
E
the
Yeah.
M6A2 linebacker.
Oh,
Which has
it's-
stingers.
The stingers instead of toes.
So,
So
what
you're
do
gonna
I
second
go as?
round. Okay, I'll go for an Abrams, I think.
Okay.
Hello, what do I go as?
You can choose between commander or gunner. Just choose any of the war pigs if you want to be a...
Come to Warpick 2-1, my beloved.
Oh boy.
No.
I
Righty.
guess. Oh no.
Right, come Gunner 2-1.
No Pokemon.
Hey Ben,
Yellow?
Okay, Amen.
you mind taking Brighty and, you know, showing him the ropes?
Yeah, sure.
Brighty, if you want, you can jump down to Ben's in linebacker 1-1 as a driver.
He can play as gunner if he wants to now just drive.
Down.
Repeat that, sorry.
Brighty, linebacker 1-1, down with Ben.
Would you like to
Pretty
drive or
please.
gun?
Either.
Congratulations, you get to shoot things.
We caught him on can saying it is too late.
I will say that there are points in time where the Bradley's Bushmaster is going to be very useful.
Is that when we go past the mosque?
No, Brant, that's what HE no, sorry, no,
Excuse
Ben,
me?
What... No, Ben, that's what HE frag is for.
I could do for 5 minutes.
Prove to be the
Just
edge
the
that
two
brought
of
us
us.
victory.
That's what the art is for.
We get a free try.
So
I
Bradley,
love
you
us.
wanna command the Bradley?
Say again?
I was saying Bradley, wanna command the Bradley?
Oh yeah.
Let's go,
It's down
1,
in
2.
linebacker 1-1. 1-2.
Time for my internet to
You
cut
don't
out.
have toes, you have a stingers instead.
Today, the
But
Bradley
the
fighting
Autocan is
vehicle system
useful.
takes mobility and firepower a leap forward, giving the United States Army a combined arms team second to none.
I've got right notes.
I was playing Siege yesterday with a couple of American friends,
I
and all
fucking
they
love
seemed
that
to
video
do
so
the whole
much.
time was just fucking cock and load their weapons in like real life.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
America.
Americans.
Americans for you.
Americans do be like.
swag.
Okay, I am reminding everyone that only the commander should be on 4-0, but the gunner also should have a secondary channel so he can switch to 4-0 if his commander gets pasted. But otherwise, keep your communication on intercoms, okay?
Bradley, you coming?
I don't believe in radios.
Radio bad.
What
Don't
do
worry,
you
I don't
say,
believe in
Ross?
Australians.
I only contact through smoke signals.
Never mind.
That's right.
Unfortunately for you, Ross, radios believe in you.
Oh no.
Okay. We will not grab the medics. Diction.
Yep.
Can you just cosplay as
Yeah,
a
I can
medic?
just cosplay as a medic if I need to. Yeah. Just swap
I get it.
somebody to AI, and I'll handle it.
Oh.
Okay.
Also, quick notes. Everyone is an engineer. Your tanks all have backpacks and toolkits, so you can fix yourself. Just you know, try to not get shot.
At last.
I will remind everyone that these are RHS tanks. The optics are a bit finicky, but how you switch to thermals generally is that you zoom in with plus or minus. Okay?
And I highly recommend using the thermals. You're in a
Yes.
desert. You're in a desert
At
with
last,
long
a
sight
game where I can
lines.
fix myself.
But before we start loading into the briefing, I will remind everyone. Don't check thermals when you're looking at something that might be friendly, okay? Look at it with your eyeball before you shoot at it. Or I will shoot you.
I
I have
you-
a question.
Are you
I-
saying
I
we have
did
to identify
also-
our targets?
Yeah, I did also do a smart, and none of the tanks are pointed at the backs of any of the other tanks off start.
Yeah.
So don't fucking know.
Oh,
Do we have
Oh,
to
yeah,
use a singular
one more
eyeball?
thing. Listen up. Commanders need to order their AI into their tank. Your tank is directly behind you / to the left.
When you spawn.
Okay? So order your AI in when you're about to move. Otherwise, they will drive away. And remember to order them to stop when you're inside the vehicle, because that way they don't start driving away when you, jump out or something. Anyway, it's gaming time. I'm loading us through.
Do we have
Morbid.
medical and stuff in the tanks and etc.?
I
Or
forgot
do
to
we
set
have to
my
load it in? Okay.
There's medical crates.
my new
Um,
joystick up for
We're
tank
gonna be
commands in
loading
this,
one,
so we'll be
in
playing with the
platoon.
keyboard and mouse.
Yeah.
Platoon vehicles.
I would
Which
also
is going
say
to be a
just
little
put them in the
janky, but
Bradleys.
whatever.
Can we set the mood with some Asian singing?
It is briefing time. Everybody mute your mics. I don't want to hear anything or I'll move you out. Dixon.
Okay, so this is Operation Native Spear. We are south of Al Salamani, Iraq. Operation time is 900 hours, June 16th, 2003. Situation. We've been tasked by battalion with pushing down MSR Comanche towards Al Salaman and past it towards a forward helicopter base. Photo reconnaissance has showed that the enemy has been setting up scattered defensive positions and seems to know we are coming. Battalion has also assigned a pair of M6A2 linebackers for local air defense. So that's your Bradleys. Mission: push down the MSR to Al Salamani, bypass if needed to take the auxiliary air base. The auxiliary air base is up there to the north. I'll reiterate, you are to push down the MSR, not just YOLO it across the desert. Execution: push up to the MSR towards Al Salamani. You can either push through or bypass, depending on time. And then push to the auxiliary airfield. Ensure the destruction of all enemy forces encountered. Equipment: there are 12 M1A2 Abrams tanks. How many are currently manned? Something like 4. Alright, so you got a full tank platoon, as well as an attached element of M6A2 linebackers, medical NPCs, and if shit gets really bad, you have some Humvees with tow launchers. There are no friendly forces ahead of us in the area. However, there is a platoon or two of mechanized infantry to come in behind us to clear Al Salamani if we get bogged down and need to bypass. Enemy forces. The enemy forces that that were seen by reconnaissance are heavily mechanized and equipped with anti-tank weaponry, and reconnaissance has seen at least 3 mixed tank platoons in the area. Support: we have on call a battery of M109A6 Paladin howitzers. Assume call-in time to be approximately 2 minutes, and then about probably a couple minutes for them to scoot. There's also AI repair and resupply trucks if there is a significant event. You can call up for more ammo, but they're not coming up unless you have definitely secured an area. Signals: there's a lot of vehicles here. Please, as Grim said earlier, only the commander beyond 40. Anyone else stick to intercoms, or you do have personal radios for if you have to go outside of the tank. Use your individual frequencies. They are listed in the signals tab. Also, just your general terrain analysis. The MSR is mostly flat. There are some dunes that people can hide behind. There are long sight lines. Heavy usage of thermals and taking your time is advised.
Taking our time? What's that?
Graham, any questions?
Not something a 345th knows how to do.
You mentioned some follow-up force. Are they specifically supposed to go into the city or whatever, or are they just following us?
I have to admit, I forgot it was a tank mission today, and it's been a long time since I've done any tank stuff in ArmA.
If you see a bunch of infantry and stuff, and you're like,
hopefully no
I'm in a
NBs,
tank, I'm not going in
hopefully
there.
no pressing the wrong
That's
button.
where you can bypass, and they'll take care of it.
And I'll have to remember through the week to set up my joystick
to everybody,
for tanks.
Main goal here is to head up,
So I can use that next
up
time.
MSR Comanche, engaging targets of opportunity, and making it to the forward helicopter base. You are clearing the road for the people to come behind you.
We are in Abrams, so shit's going to be a bit different than what I'm used to. The Abrams is kind of easy mode to go in.
Any questions?
Are there any minefields or any UXOs we need to be careful of?
Not that we're aware of.
But yeah, the last time 345th did a full tank-oriented mission was 2 years ago.
Other questions?
Doesn't feel like it was that long ago, but it was 2 years ago.
Okay,
And that
stuff.
was in T-72s, so I was a little more at home in
The
that
plan is
one.
really simple. We're just gonna go along the MSR Comanche. As of now, we won't enter Al Salman, but we will clear the road. So we will strike at any enemy that we encounter on this edge of the city. Okay? Anything we can see from the MSR, we will engage. Okay? But remember, avoid shooting at civilian buildings unless you know there's someone in there. Blah 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 blah. Use your fucking head and ask before you shoot. One more thing. I will split. We are most likely gonna move in a massive group in a clusterfuck formation. But we will move along the MSR, but we are gonna split. We are war pigs. Those are Abrams. We are going to be on 41. That's where all the inter-tank that is gonna happen. Okay. And the linebacks are also gonna be on 41. And then hang on.
Shit, I forgot. Beepski's probably still on strike. Oh,
Yeah,
Beepski still is
so
on
everybody,
strike.
we're gonna be on 41. Everybody. Linebackers can set up 4-2 if they want to. But the main communication between tanks will happen on frequency.
I still don't know why Beepski's on
4-1.
strike. Obviously I've done something to offend him, but I don't know what.
Any other questions? Actually, scratch that.
We've got some
I'm
artworks
sorry.
again.
We're gonna be on frequency 40. Dixon, I'll speak for you on 39.
Okay.
Any other
Oh,
notes or anything to
man.
my grand master plan? Any questions about the vehicles, etc.?
I have a question.
Yep.
Do we stop in an ambush?
No comment.
Excellent.
We'll keep driving unless said otherwise. Anything else?
Any troublesome air assets we should watch out for?
You are in the operational area of some sort of a forward helicopter base, so if I was your linebackers, I'd be thinking about that.
Can we rotate our cannons so we can shoot them? Do you think that's possible?
Aren't you in a linebacker?
Am I? I think I'm an Abrams.
Okay. Well, basically, we can turn our guns on them, but we also have Bradleys basically with stingers on them, which are supposed to take them out. So yeah, there's no worry.
The battalion assigned you the linebackers to handle the helicopter threat.
The closer,
I'm gonna pull us through, but remember,
the closer Gunner Heat PC gets to release, and the more
the intercom. I don't think you have to set it up; it should be automatic.
armor tanking I do, the more I actually want
set
to
up
get
your
a
main frequency
Chevrachka.
on 40. If
Aurelia,
anybody needs
thanks
to,
for
if I'm
the
down,
Prime sub. Appreciate it.
HQ will be on frequency 39. Let's pull it through, gentlemen.
And I'm glad you were able to catch me live.
Hello.
RHS added a heading tape to the Abrams gunner station apparently, because that didn't used to be there. I'm pretty sure. Interesting.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, what kind of reference we have here? Okay, I see.
Channel 40 check.
You're red on 40.
There's our thermals.
Did you say I'm red?
Yes.
Oh man, I gotta cycle all the way through. Oof. I feel like they could have done that better, particularly in the Abrams, because in the actual tank you just have a fucking switch to flick between the day sight and the thermal. Which makes it a lot easier to identify stuff, so like what you would normally do, or so I've been told, is you would have the thermal panned or like zoomed all the way out, and you'd use that as an observation site at like this level of zoom, and then for actually identifying targets you would flick to the day sight at like this level, for instance.
Long range check on 4-0.
Read on 4-0.
What is Grim doing? Do you know?
Negative, but Grim should be on this frequency.
Radio check 4-0.
Read on 4-0.
Radio check 4-0.
Read on 4-0.
Good check.
Be advised, Grim didn't have a personal radio, he's getting one now.
Ready, check 4-0. You're red on 4-0. Thank you.
Check.
You're red on 4-0.
Azzy on 4-0, I'll read.
You're on 4-0.
Warpig 1340. Alright, Kinu, I'm gonna go ahead and load up.
Grim, are you ready? Can you swap to 3-9?
Yeah, momentarily.
Actually, can you come grab a backpack radio so I can talk to you on the long range?
I'm trying to remember if there's a way to turn the stabilizer off or lock the turret in a particular direction. I don't think there is. I mean, if I could turn out, there would be, but the gunner can't turn out in the Abrams, so I'm not sure. So it's going to make it kind of annoying while we're on a road march. I mean, for the most part, we're going to be wanting to scan ahead of us anyway, I'm just thinking. To move my keyboard over a bit, since all the buttons I need are on the right hand side of the keyboard.
You're red on 4-0.
Range. If I zoom in with this shit, you know, plus minus. The like first to go like first FOE change, then and after first, second is putting you on night vision.
Are you operational?
Yeah, it swaps between optic modes. Do you remember which tank we are?
Hannibal.
Hello.
What war?
You are number 2, yes?
That's us.
Okay. Are you ready? Do you have the AI and all mounted and shit?
All set.
Okay, I will remind sorry, 3. All set?
This is Warpig 3, we're all set, over.
4.
4 ready, you are.
5.
5 ready.
I'm guessing that's all. I will remind everyone to order your compatriots to hold fire. Otherwise the AI will rip and tear. Warpig, sorry, linebacker 1, you read?
Linebacker 1, read.
Linebacker 2.
Yep, reading, URA.
UA. You got the AI drivers all set up?
All set.
Roger that. Warpig 1 will stretch that. Warpig 2 will take the lead in a column. Go up about 150 meters and hold.
I think if we need to change our ammunition type, you'll need to tell the loader to do it.
All the other Warpigs in 3, 4, 5 order. Linebackers will go in the rear.
See if it gives you the scroll menu for it.
Warpig 2, go.
No.
Fuck. Well, I'm not getting
Starting
it.
engine.
Maybe I'll need to wait until the gun's fired. I'm not sure how this works. I haven't used the Abrams for a very long time. Oh, never mind. I have to have the actual gun selected to change it.
You can hear radio?
I will remind everyone to set up intercom channel crew if you interact with the vehicle.
Okay.
Warpig 2, you're buggered off, mate.
Say again? Warpig 2, you're holding after 100 meters. Holding now. I was retarded and I didn't remember that I'm the driver.
Oh, it sounds so good.
Everybody report in when you're information.
3 is information, over.
Warpig 4?
4 information.
5 information. Warpig 1, go. Warpig 1, proceed. Hold.
It's the invasion of Iraq in 2003. We're pushing on the city of Al Salman, bypassing the city itself most likely, and hitting an auxiliary airfield on the northeast.
Warpig 2, you're facing forward. Warpig 3, face right. Warpig 4,
Yes.
face left. And so on and so on.
Scanning left.
Stagger your fields of views.
Oh, this is getting me hard.
There is no way to understand the orientation of the thing.
I can tell which way I'm pointed.
Yeah, but like for driving. I have your...
As we approach the area of marked enemies, we are going to go into line formation with linebackers in the rear, not inside the line formation.
Oh, we'll be doing some shooting mans in a bit. Yeah, I really wish I'd thought to set up my HOTAS for this beforehand, because having the joystick for turret control right now would be a huge benefit. If I want to slew the turret more than a couple degrees, I have to use the arrow keys, because I just don't have enough desk real estate for the mouse. It would make scanning a lot easier if I could just use the thumbstick on the stick to it.
3, repeat.
3 is alright. Turning out kind of fucks your gunner up, which is really annoying for driving.
Yeah, stay inside with thermals.
I think if you hold Alt, it should snap my view to where you're looking. I can't remember for certain though. I know there's a command for it in the RHS tanks, I just don't remember what the keybind is. And Gilson's not in chat. Gilson used to know what it was.
Spotting contacts at 287. Bunch of infantry with some vehicles like the APCs. Over.
Roger that. Warpig 2, keep eyes.
Warpig 2 has eyes on.
Warpig 2 has eyes on. Roger that, line formation bearing 290. Spread out on my left and right. Everybody start facing 290, line formation. Everybody report what you have eyes on.
3 has eyes on.
I got eyes on. You can, if we're still moving. Are we continuing? You can back us up so we're held down on that slope if you want.
Linebackers, you have permission to pull up.
A tank in sight with us back to us 238.
Okay, everybody that's right of me, concentrate on the rightmost bunkers and infantry on the road. Everybody left of me will focus on the left and the MTLB. Warpig 2.
Yes.
Do you have eyes on that MTLB to the left of the bunker?
Eyes on.
Your objective is to destroy that. Everybody else, get ready with machine guns. 1, 2, 3, open fire.
Not very effective.
Reminding commanders to keep eyes around.
Empath's not very effective.
Everybody hold fire. Advance in line. Straight towards the old pipeline. 290.
Bottom of the box, the coax, gotcha.
Oh, I forgot to tell everyone, Ben is my second in command.
Sighting infantry 313.
He's in charge of linebacker 1.
Infantry 313.
313. Go to the right, 313, get line formation and get ready to engage.
Engaging infantry behind rocks, 313.
I got eyes on 320 from Warpig 1's position. Hold and engage.
Targets destroyed.
I don't have eyes on targets anymore. Does anybody else?
Tank on our right flank's moving again.
How to increase
Everybody return to the MSR. Form up information
To
again.
increase what, sorry?
viewing range?
Shit, it's like right control backslash or so, or shift backslash, I forget.
Warpig 3 take the lead instead of Warpig 2.
that. Facing the infantry position, yeah?
Negative, just get on the road in a column formation. Everybody, let's go. Linebackers, are you here?
164, watch where you going.
Everybody, be cautious.
Linebacker 1-1 to Warpig 1-1. We just had a high velocity shell go over us on the right side, north.
Thanks, 177.
Thanks,
177.
177?
177. Thanks, thanks.
Get us hull down on the bow.
Yep.
Eyes on.
Everybody move 177 to target.
Shoot him.
Target. Re-engage. Target.
Warpig 5, get
Re-engage.
engaged. Southeast bearing 163. Thermal signatures 4 of
Stop firing, stop firing.
600 meters away.
I got eyes on something low left from him. They're in defilade. Another 2 tanks, I think.
Moving forward a bit.
Yeah, infantry
Okay,
moving left,
shoot
2 tanks. Engaging left tank.
Ceasefire, engage infantry 155.
Linebacker 1-1 to Warpig 1-1.
Engaging infantry.
There's at least 1 to 2 more vehicles down in the defilade over there, bearing 180 from our location.
Infantry in defilade.
Yeah, roger, we see it.
One more infantry 160 by the tank.
I don't have any eyes on movement anymore.
Last infantry, finish him now. He's dead.
Linebacker 2, can you go southwest again and keep eyes southwest?
Infantry back in sight.
1-1 is repositioned to the north to keep eyes for helos.
Roger, that good stuff. Target, 190, 190.
Warpig 3 is repaired and ready to go.
What the fuck is that?
Other tanks blocking us.
Marshal, you're in our firing line, just like infantry on the left, Marshal.
Hold fire
Infantry
on the
left.
tank, 194. Okay, we got dismount of targets at 193. Go back and proceed towards the MSR. Form up on the MSR yet again.
One more us, 1-4.
Warpig 3 taking
I think he's
lead.
been dealt with.
Okay.
There's a thermal signature on the MSR coming back from our, it will be...
Warpig actual. This is...
It's the 113.
Aspect 1. I have you in
Tanks,
position.
033, Ross, tanks.
033.
Oh,
Contact.
35.
033, 2 tanks, engage.
Direction.
Re-engaging. Jesus, what are these 72s made of?
Kill him.
They must be cup tanks. They're just shrugging off our rounds.
Receive the hit. I think we're good.
Okay, they bailed.
These fire dismounts. Kill dismounts.
Hold fire when they're dismounting. Kill only with machine guns.
Hello, Ben.
Bradley's engaging 345.
Next to the MSR, you're way too fucking close to each other. Break up now.
Casabec 1, do you read?
This is Casabec 1.
What's your current position?
That man just got fucking deleted directly by 25mm.
To your southeast.
Roger that. Can you get to my vehicle? 062.
Reloading coax.
238. Keep at 9. Over. I need medical attention.
062. 238.
Remember, when you turn out, it locks my gun.
Yeah. That's what I want to check.
Casabec 1 copy.
Hey Paula, she's the Vits man.
Okay, good.
Warpig 2. Do you read?
Hello.
Warpig 3. You okay?
Yeah, at the head of the column, waiting.
Warpig 4, you good?
4 good.
5?
5 good, near the Bradleys.
Linebacker 1?
Linebacker 1's up.
Getting a AI tank call 195. There is a tank in that general direction, but it's very distant, and I can't tell if it's knocked out or not.
We are reforming on the MSR. I am, Warpig 1 is going to be second in the column, everybody else is form up behind. Linebacker, you take up the rear.
Let's leave him be.
Casabec 1, what's your current ETA?
Casabec 1 has reached the rear of the column.
Roger that. Can you pull up to the second vehicle? We need medical.
Shit gives me fucking battle fat.
Can't see shit.
Everybody keep scanning in at 360.
We are playing in the invasion of Iraq in 2003. I can't see shit behind us, the gun won't depress.
Warpig 2 is dismounting, sorry, Warpig 1 is dismounting for now. Anybody else need medical?
How to throw smoke, by the way?
I'll take that as a no.
You?
G, I think. I'm not sure if it's me or you that controls it. Don't test it just yet.
Hey, what about the distance? That's the time. Other options, maybe.
It's control and forward slash, I think.
Well, I think it's
Control forward slash. Okay. On foot in car. Are we in car?
Yes.
Everybody, we're
A very big car.
And we're moving.
The Road Rage Special.
Everybody, we're about to step off.
Test.
Test.
Alright, fuck. I'm trying to set up an additional channel and it's just not cooperating with me.
Possible target 315 inside the building. Not sure what that is. Does anybody have any eyes on?
Got eyes on. Looks like a static weapon.
Behind the hill for us.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep eyes on that.
The other tanks are blooming out our thermals anyway.
Everybody, step off.
3 is stepping off.
I gotta say, they nailed the fucking sounds for this thing. Gonna hate PC's got new Abrams sounds too. Should be dropping in the next update.
How many maps
Explosion
did that
286.
Second.
How many maps did that already?
4, I think.
Good shot, good shot.
There's infantry in the city. I can see them kind of vaguely from here, but can't identify them.
Infantry returning to formation.
Yep. Return to formation, boys. Hold fire on that position, the gun is down. By a beautiful shot from Warpig 3. Warpig 3, try to keep to the right side of the road so we can shoot forward.
Copy.
Warpig 3, keep going.
This is a line 1-1.
Man, I hope Dixon's getting some screenshots of this.
That's it, just for safety.
Yeah, roger that. We're approaching the compound now, everybody get their eyes open.
Sighting infantry 321, buildings edge of town.
On my left and my right.
Infantry 321.
Linebackers in the rear. Say again.
Infantry 321 far. Buildings.
Yeah, roger that.
It's a tow. Oh no, SPG, SPG, SPG.
SPG 321, SPG.
321. You have permission to engage.
Short halt.
Tank spotted P25, T34.
Healing Ross.
Loading.
Eyes, 329. They're inside the city themselves.
Correcting
Hold.
fire.
We're stopping and engaging.
Oh, just narrowly missed. Target destroyed.
SPG dead.
Break. Line back 1-1 to Warpig 1-1. Bearing 015 from our location. There's 3 tanks hidden in trenches. Right of the wall.
Loading saber.
Right of the wall compound.
015?
015 from my location. Look for the board complex to the north.
Holy shit, Yasin! Tanks bearing 036! Tanks bearing 036! Engage! They look cold or thermals, engage!
031. 031
Seen.
behind the revetments. 033 behind your revetments.
Engaging.
Linebacker 1-1.
He's bailed.
Just took a high velocity down the road.
Yeah.
These are fucked.
Don't focus on the targets to the north, and then we'll proceed. Target most to the left, looks like it's operational. Ignore everybody else.
Yes, that's the last one, I think.
Okay. Reform the line formation bearing
030 030 operational tank. Okay, still operational, 030.
030.
Tower.
I can't see it.
Say again, reform the line formation bearing 300 and proceed.
Seen. Fuck, that threw our shot somewhere, I don't know where. Engaging.
Warpig 2, gunner says the turret on that tank is still moving.
Engaging.
Engaged still.
They jumped.
Think I saw a dismount.
It's dead, they dismounting.
One to be sure.
Okay. Linebackers, kill the rest of the infantry, everybody else. Northwest 300. Line formation.
Yeah, fuck the
Linebacker 1-1, so ready back your skirt
This
open.
small one.
You might want to put that up there.
I'll let the 25mm deal with them.
Tank down on northwest.
Northwest, bearing.
It's killed, I got it, over.
Stop. Proceed forward at a slow pace and keep scanning. They seem to have their vehicles off to avoid our throats.
Enemy tank behind us, 153. I repeat, 153 enemy tank.
153?
Ross, you see him?
Gecko, engage.
Can't depress, can't depress.
Everybody else focus on the infantry front, 300.
Help! Can't tell if it's up or not. I'm going to put a security round into it.
Or Big 3, that might be the vehicle we engaged earlier. It's not moving.
Yeah, it could be.
Ignore it for now, but keep eyes on it.
Yeah, no reaction. I think it's down.
We still have guys
10
in the
Sabre
tower
left.
300 inside the village. Kill every single infantryman. We also got a gun, 296. We have BMPs inside this compound, hidden behind a wall. One of them is right to the T-30, 296 bearing.
White still alive. Okay, he's dead.
This is line 111, so we'll take 11. We're going to go to a different channel, so linebackers can actually communicate. I'll stay on 40.
Yeah, okay, you jump to 41.
Enemy tank spotted behind the building, 303. We're engaging it right now.
You want to put us on line with the other tanks? Help!
DMG 297.
There's a bunch of them in there. Hang on. Switching to heat. MPAT rather. Loading, loading. Come on.
Tank behind the building, neutralized.
Fire.
Everybody start advancing, kill these infantry.
One more BMP in the left. Okay, you got one shot. Okay, moving. Slowly.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to Kinu and Lazy Seal loop around left around the village, keep a wide berth. Everybody else go around it right. Look inwards and kill any infantrymen you see, but make sure they are holding a weapon.
Can you... Tank, we just took a hit!
Next to MSR.
We took a hit from somewhere.
On the right somewhere. 9.
Behind a berm! Halt! Turn right! Face 2-4, 2-4.
Yeah, we got it. Direct hit. 3 stories is down, 3 is ineffective.
Engaging. It's still up.
310. Tank.
3 is backing off the cover.
Hang on, there's tank 036 engaging close.
Tell me when you're done.
He's still up. These fucking cup tanks take so many hits.
Tank bearing 300 straight on the road. T72.
They bailed, they bailed.
Okay, go 310.
Or big one is hit. I'm gonna call in for some repairs, hopefully.
I think he's good.
We're gonna need a resupply pretty soon. We got 7 rounds MPAT. Well, actually, 7 rounds SABOT. Correction. Can you pass that up to platoon? Or company, whoever we're talking
you mean
to.
you want to resupply?
We have 7 rounds of Sabo, that's it.
3 is operational.
4 has 7 rounds Sabo left.
Roger now. There's an SPG on the south, on the outskirts of the village. I'm engaging with M2.
ATGM position, I think the infantry are down.
Yeah, everybody fall back from this
Jesus.
position. Fall back to the ridge we came from.
Can't see shit, bro.
Linebackers are going to try.
How is that designed? So if you
pushing back.
Incoming tank fire, 307. 307, tank.
Shoot him.
Faces north.
Tank on the road again.
Linebacker 5 received a...
Engaging.
327 tank.
Enemy tank direct northwest on the MSR. Dismounts.
Dismount.
Or pick 2, we took a hit, but we're good.
Linebacker 1-1 to the Warpick 1-1, are you still up?
This is Warpick 1, I'm still up, and we're repairing. And we got tracked and turreted.
Roger that.
Reverse us back behind some terrain if you can.
We're staying on this little ridge here.
Yeah, get us behind that ridge.
Warpick leader, can we get resupply?
Loading cars.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it.
I'm turning out.
Yeah, go for it.
Focus on all around the fence right now. Warpigs, focus on the side towards the city.
Remember, you should be able to use the map to issue drive commands as well.
Can you watch our rear east?
Tanks near the pipes, 338, 1 times T72, bearing 338.
Hey, Eldor.
Going west.
This is the linebacker 1-1, yeah, we'll hold the eastern quadrant.
Good stuff.
Warpick actual, this is gas effect. Do you need medical assistance?
If anybody needs medical assistance, make sure you voice that opinion.
We now 4 Sabo.
Hiding in the defile 341.
4 Sabo left.
Trying to get rearm here, but Godfather's not responding.
Multiple tanks bearing 337 near the pipeline.
The linebacker 1-1 to Warpick 1.
Multiple tanks 337.
I see him.
Multiple tanks, have eyes on.
Seen. Engage. 338.
So last Sabo round, and we're dry on anti-tank.
Warpick 5 disabled both, over.
Good job. Resupply is inbound. Should be arrive shortly.
That sound is the hydraulic system. The Abrams hydraulics are really loud. If this was the real tank, I would have to yell to be heard over them and all. I mean, you've got an intercom, so you don't need to as much, but...
Linebacker 1, there's some infantry dismounting on the disabled tank to
The
the
hydraulics
left.
are what run the turret traverse. Tanks are very loud.
Good shots, right on.
Very, very loud inside.
Always foot. There is a turret cresting bearing 341 near the hill. I think it's a T-72.
Roger, seen tank 342 to our north. Watch out.
TT.
Rose 345.
Yeah, I see it. I got nothing to engage it with though. Tell them they're firing short.
Iraqi armor made of steel, Allahu Akbar.
I think I disabled it, yep. Disabled, over.
Dismount.
Infantry with 80 on the dismount. Focus fire.
Everybody be advised to rearm.
Another vehicle, 340. T-55.
Another tank 342. Behind dismounts.
Warpig 1, do you read?
You're Warpig 1.
Yeah, I know. Take him, do you read?
I read.
Drive back, southeast. We're going to do a combat rearm, so we're gonna slowly rearm. We're gonna pull back one person at a time. Actually, no, Warpig 2, drive southeast and rearm.
Warpig 2, on it.
Warpig 3, 4, and 5 will relieve you soon. Warpig 1, hold.
Linebacker, infantry with 80 moving to the west, 335 from my position. Can you advise, over?
Warpig 2, hold next to Warpig 1. Say again, Marshal.
I can't see the full shot, it's in defilade, I think.
I don't think it's AT, it's binoculars probably. You sure it's AT?
Might be 8 or 1. Oh, linebacker took care of it, never mind. Good shots, linebacker.
Warpig 1, drive closer.
This makes me miss my 125mm HE frag. One
Can
fucking
you
round
recall?
into that would fix it.
I guess he did.
Warpig 2, park next to the trucks and start rearming.
What? Where?
The Chieftain had a 50 caliber for ranging.
3 is good.
We're black on anti-tank.
Warpig 4.
Black on anti-tank rounds, health is good.
Roger that.
Warpig 5 is good, red on anti-tank rounds, over.
Roger that, you'll be around shortly.
We'll pick 1-1. So
Tank bearing 309 on the road.
I see it, but I got nothing to engage it with.
Line back 1-1, so we'll pick 1-1.
Let's move behind a building.
Go ahead, repeat.
He's near the mosque, 305.
He's gonna turn into the road, over. He's in the city right now.
Graham, I'm not going to use full down the mosque, I can't be fucking arsed. Look at the
Say
fucking
again?
mosque, 335, there's like 3 fucking tanks.
No, we're totally empty on 120mm.
Second.
They're dead.
The mosque.
They're dead.
We had MPAT anyway, which is... Oh shit, 298.
Targets along the fucking road, northwest.
Yeah, it's the same thing, it was reported by
Halt.
Marshall.
Yeah, I just fired off a fucking round over us.
We don't have rounds to engage and we need rear.
Okay. Fucking Astral, Warpig fucking 2. Go over there northwest and kill the bastard. Warpig 3, fall back for rearm.
Copy. I'm hiding out behind this.
Don't get too far ahead. Just hold here.
Line back 1-1 is repositioning so we can actually do something.
Hey, good stuff, you're free to position wherever you want.
Blinded myself. Actually, let's go to the day site while we're just chilling. So it's a nice bright day, it's just we're using the thermals so we can actually spot it.
Go back southeast and rearm.
This is Ace.
Take this time to get patched up and otherwise.
Hey Garfield.
For a big 5, do the same.
We're waiting for 1-4 to be over.
Yeah, Warpig 5, pull back southeast, rearm, and get back in the field.
Roger that.
Everybody, when you rearm, rejoin the position northwest. Linebacker 1 and 2, are you green on ammo?
Negative, linebacker 2 is low on ammo.
Roger that. As soon as you hear Warpigs have rearmed, go back and rearm and refuel, yada yada. Same goes for you, linebacker 1.
Roger.
We are in Iraq, 2003. We are assaulting past the city of Al Salman to take an airfield. So, this is the ridgeline we're on now, this area here. We engaged and destroyed armor down this part of the road. There was another group over here, roughly. And also quite a bit around here on the way into the town.
No comms.
Gecko, could you turn your engine off, for the love of God?
Still got no ammo.
3 is returning to formation.
Second.
3 is returning to formation.
4 and 5 status.
4 is waiting on ammo.
I'm annoyed because some things aren't working, and the T-30 was supposed to function as an anti-tank gun, but it's being an asshole, just exploding on the ground in front of it.
I mean, it got instantly spotted and taken out.
Yeah, I know. It worked out though. You could hear Grim shitting his pants. It's great. Yeah, that was awesome. I saw that shot.
There we go. We got MPAT.
I'm sorry, dude. They're briefing.
Oh yeah, just a side note for everyone. Having a guy in the loader seat actually matters with RHS Abrams. So if your AI is dead and your driver is dead, I would suggest jumping into the loader seat just to get that reload boost.
Does he do that?
I'm gonna hop out and help load.
Do you have these powers? Can I do what? Can you produce for me a bright white with a red cross medic helmet? I could, but I'm not going to. Because you have a gun. I will use a gun. I will try. Alright, let me see what I can do. I don't think I'll be able
I'll get back in before the AI does something silly. Seal, I'm back in the tank.
Ross, you're crushing the truck. Go forward.
Oh god!
Oh my god!
Please shut the fuck up on this channel.
ArmA moment.
I've had command channel, it's supposed to be 39, over.
Negative.
Oops.
Ben, switch to 39 as our link. Ross, you keep swacking lazy, he's gonna fucking die.
Oops. We're good on ammo now. Or should be.
What about fuel?
We've still got like 3/4 fuel.
You'd be alright, I guess. Because, like...
It wouldn't hurt to top it up while we're here, but yeah.
Wait, it is a RHS autism, so we need, like, to...
Grab the fuel hose from the truck and fill it, yeah.
Okay.
Like, we don't need to, but just in case, because, you know, 345th mission, so shit's probably going to go wrong pretty quickly.
Yeah, let me... Okay.
Sorry, by the way, I thought the gun was above your
I'll go
head.
and check it.
I didn't realize I was smashing you. Just repeatedly smacking him in the fucking face with a gun barrel.
Saber, are you still on 4-0?
Okay. These are spare wheels and shit. Fuel shit is there.
fucking monkeys hurry it up back there and fucking rearm.
Fuck it, we can go without fuel. No, never mind.
Okay, well, let me check.
I swear I just saw an aircraft. Hmm.
Oi, Giggle Fox, are you done rearming?
4's nearly done.
Almost.
Yeah, there we go, he's filling us back up. Oh man, I got like fucking 2 or 3 hours of sleep again last night. This is fine. I had a fucking splitting headache last night, like a really bad migraine, so I wasn't even sure if I was going to make the mission, but I'm glad I did, because it's been so long since I did tank stuff. Too long.
Did one of you guys deploy smoke?
Sorry, Warpig 2 sneezed. Over.
Right.
Yeah, that's plenty. I'm assuming he can hear me, since I can hear him.
Everybody be advised we're gonna squeeze off a round on a possible enemy tank. Just, don't wait.
Infantry sighting.
Okay, Warpig 2, what's your status?
Warpig 2, all set, ready to move.
339 infantry in the open.
All good, great move.
4.
4 back in the line.
5.
We're in. What are we hitting?
5 is almost ready, over.
Something's masking the gun, I think.
I'm not sure. No, it's flying. It's flying.
Yeah.
As soon as the line back goes, I have a rearm and we will proceed. If you pull up your GPS by Control M, we're gonna be following that line. We're gonna be pulling a line formation all the way. We're waiting roughly 1 minute before stepping off.
Warpig 5, resuming, over.
What's our tank named? Mjolnir.
Form up on the left side. I see you, bitch.
So we're parked pretty much right here. Well, I mean you can see the marker there, but this is where we're parked. So we're going to bypass the town, kind of parallel the MSR, and head up to the airfield.
Everybody, we're proceeding in line formation. Let's go.
Because pushing tanks unaccompanied by infantry into a city is a good way to lose the tanks, as the Russian army have found out a few times for the past couple of decades, and apparently not learned.
I said line formation on a wedge. Come on, lads. Speed is going to be kept at roughly 40 kph.
This is Baltic 5 pickup. Do you copy?
He's on 39.
Roger.
Sighting tank, 14 degrees. Platoon, platoon, platoon.
346.
Fuck, it's a whole company.
346. Anybody got eyes?
A whole company of tanks.
Very long distance. I can't range them accurately.
Long distance, very long distance. 346 and far.
Range?
Unsure of range yet. I can't get a good laze. 3200, 3200. Halt.
3200.
Is the gun clear? I can't see.
Engaging.
Fuck, I can't. There we go.
Everybody, let's proceed until we see targets. It could be a dead tank. What's your bearing again, Lacey?
347, tank.
.347's knocked out. Yeah, those guys are flanking on our right-hand side.
Lacey, can you repeat range? Sorry, correct northeast.
So those tanks are northeast of us. They're moving southeast, and they're 3 kilometers distant.
Northeast, about 3 kilometers, they're moving southeast.
I've got to laze the ground under them.
We're taking fire.
From west,
Tank behind us,
west.
line. Bearing 220.
Ross, check behind us. Ross, 240, attack tank.
240.
Engaging tank, 240.
Long.
Yeah, 237.
Hit. It's jumped.
Dismounts.
Warping 2, heavy damage.
It's still moving. It's still moving.
Might be.
What's the damage?
Turret is down.
Okay, more dismounts.
You can report. You can repair it somewhere. Just go outside with the toolkit.
Will do.
Enemy behind. 118.
It's called out to the linebackers.
Be advised, all call signs, enemy hind. Splash 198 east.
Fucking go down.
Be advised, enemy hind is KA.
Fuck it, I can't hit those infantry very well from here.
The hinds have been hit. Form up, going at purple to the north. Everybody, we're forming up on purple line.
Second hind. 65 degrees.
We can
Distant.
see second high, 065 from us.
Very far.
Around 4 kilometers, 3 maybe. It's coming for us. 067 from us. Ross, get him. Ross, get
Yeah,
him.
I'm looking.
Large column of tanks at
He's
2-1.
on attack room.
Enemy tanks.
Everybody, at 2-1.
Fine down.
I see the tanks. Yeah. Get us in position. There's a shilka there too. Shilka. Very cold shilka. Alright, halt when ready.
Warping 2 operational.
Everybody, I say again, 0
Fucking...
to 1, engage.
I wish order lead worked in this.
Prioritize tanks.
Come on. Eat something, boys.
Fucking stopped right as I fired. So the real Abrams has auto lead. This would be a very easy shot to make with the real tank.
Just get one on the right side.
We just took a hit. Armor bounced it.
We're good. Close.
Fuck me. Guy on the right side's defilade.
There's one in center still moving.
Yeah, hitting it.
Over.
There's one further back, still up as well.
The tank is operational that I'm in, Grim. I'm just controlling the AI.
Yeah, Marshall, I know.
Die, you bitch. Okay, that tank's knocked out. The one by the cooked off tank on the hillside's still up, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, new directive, hold fire and see which ones are fucking active. Of course you're free to engage the infantry.
Infantry are fucking off. Or dismounts, rather.
Zabby, it's the middle tank. It's the middle tank.
There's still that one that got into defilade about 030 flanking us.
There is still one more tank somewhere northeast behind the hills.
Yeah, I know. I know where it is. I just don't know how much RHS models this stuff.
Not sure what happened.
The moving ones are also very difficult to hit because I don't have my auto lead, which I should. I don't know if there's a way to
Okay, everybody, we're pushing off.
Hang on. No, this should model auto lead because the RHS T80 does.
Let's go. Come on, 40 kph, let's go.
Huh. Oh, you know what? It's probably doing it because I'm holding the fucking laser as I fire, because I'm used to playing Gunner Heat PC now, so I'm holding the fucking paddles as I fire. That's probably what's going on. I'll try it next time, I'll just laser and I won't hold the paddles. Or hold right mouse as it is, but...
Radio check 4-0.
Loud and clear.
Thank you.
Marshall, you good?
It appears Marshall has gone on to 3-9 over.
5 rounds Saber. Full complement
yeah,
of MK.
Coming over to me and he asked me which tank I was at, so I disembarked my AI to make it easy for him over.
Yeah, he wasn't. He's in my tank right now, so just put your infantry, but put your AI back in and just keep going.
Roger that.
Everybody keep scanning on the targets at 030.
Heat signature right, tank right, 62.
Tank right, 065.
69.
Engaging.
He's knocked out.
He's smoking. Hold fire until. Okay.
3 rounds
Everybody
saber
proceed.
remain.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Warping 3, slow down a little bit. You 2, warping 4, I think, you know.
We're 2.
Oh yeah, warping 2, then slow down. Reform the line, and remember, we're following the purple.
Depends how much ammo is in the carousel. I don't know how much detail, again, RHS models that in. Tell you what, we'll do some gunner heat PC after this. Not really in the mood for DCS stuff.
Yeah, roger that. Primary target is still along the MSR, so keep eyes
I don't
forward.
think the gunner heat PC patch is hit yet, but I could be wrong.
Warping 4,
Should be hitting any time now though, because they did do a dev stream, what was it, last week?
Possible shit on the road, 018.
Check 018 rough.
There's a hill there, I don't see.
Warping 4, step off. Everybody else follow. I will say again, Warping 4, stay on the right side of the road so we can fire past each other.
Abandoned truck.
Abandoned truck left side on the road. Oh.
Roger that, ignore it.
There's a knockout, I think.
Warping 2, spot behind.
Yeah, Hind, east. Tell them there's a second Hind east flanking us.
Yeah, I see him.
Grim, how can you turn out and still use the turret?
I got a boy driver.
Oh,
I'm down. I think.
Sab is currently driving, that's why.
I don't like this truck.
One of the benefits of command that we can give you.
This car as well.
Shut your goofy ass.
Gecko, don't pass.
Well, you're human driver, stop.
Yeah, I know.
One of the benefits of AI drives.
Go ahead.
East right.
Say what?
-1 kind.
Alhamdulillah. Everybody prepare to turn right on purple fucking line. That might be a kilometer now that I look at it, but yeah.
Fuel igniting is kind of so-so. If the tank's full, it shouldn't really burn. If it's empty, it will. The front fuel tank in a 72 is actually a wet rack, so that's where it stores about probably half of its spare ammunition complement is in the front fuel tank, or like in tubes that run through the front fuel tank. Handy bit of space optimization using the fuel tank as a wet rack.
Transport helicopters.
helicopters down on the right side.
One just got hit.
Warping 3 and 4, sorry.
Minus 2 helicopters.
Everybody keep eyes on the airfield to the east.
Don't see any airfield yet.
Okay. We're going directly east, gentlemen, spread out in a line formation. First vehicle, slow down a little bit. We're big three, turn right a little bit.
Infantry 136.
Everybody, get the
Infantry 136.
Bearing 80, tank, San Francisco.
80 tank, sure.
Are you in our position, Marshal?
The terrain masked.
Watch out for the road to the southeast. Bearing 80.
Infantry 136.
Okay, we're gonna pull up on this ridge, see what's behind there. Don't pull up. We're gonna look at the airfield. We're not gonna move past this little ridge.
Only permission to shoot if we see anything.
Only if it's firing at you.
You have visual?
Yeah, kinda. Tank, 74 degrees, moving left.
Tank 070. Northwest, fire.
Got him.
Multiple vehicles. We also have those targets Marshall called out. 080. Prioritize
Ross,
tanks.
080, another tank.
We're currently at grade coordinate 064-298.
Seen. Shilka as well. Down to MPAT. One more into that. Just to
No
make
Shilka. Or actually, it's, I think Shilka did. He don't spend ammo yet.
We have 7 rounds MPAT. That fucking butterfly there scared the shit out of me. I thought that was a fucking incoming ATGM. I saw heat signature coming towards me.
There's 4 parked helicopters over. It's the airfield.
Tank round. East.
By tanks to the east somewhere.
Behind the hangar, his engine's off.
I think this is just...
No. Tank, 88 degrees, behind the hangar.
Okay, yes, it was moving.
Yeah, somewhere behind the hangars, confirmed. Oh yeah,
Over.
seen it, 080.
Yeah.
There's another one moving.
Yeah, I'm moving on the left. Okay, leave this one, take one on the left.
55, 084. Traveling right to left.
Shit.
Burning. Dismounts on the
I
right.
saw a shot come from our low left as well, behind the terrain.
Infantry dismounts.
Engage dismount with
nothing.
MG for now. We're gonna set up a mounted assault. Possible Shilka 086. Is anybody taking that out?
It was on fire earlier, over.
Okay. We're gonna charge down the airfield bearing 092 in just a second.
Two MPAT rounds remaining.
the linebacker's gonna come to this position, and we're gonna charge down the airfield. Don't shoot at the helicopters unless they're spooling up or something.
Those are hostile, surely. Ask them if we have any friendly AI infantry nearby.
Do we have... Wait. Do we have any friendly AI infantry in the area?
Negative.
There is also a 086 cross like that.
Marshal, stop right now. And get your ass back here. Warping 3, on your south there should be allegedly infantry. I want you to take a look and see what you see.
Repeat
Warping, directly south apparently, 100 meters, there should be infantry approaching us. I see a single Walker 195, but... Okay, linebacker has reached our position. Everybody, we're charging on the right side of the hangars, bearing 092. Get in a line formation and let's go, let's go, let's go. Cue the music, gentlemen. We don't stop. We do a pass of the airbase, and then we'll probably turn around and charge again. So head straight over the airbase until I say stop.
Tank, 1 kilometer 075.
Tank medic.
Oh, is that fucked?
T-72.
Infantry to our east.
Engage, don't stop.
You know what? I just realized, I think that because there's an auto lead option in the RHS controls, or the RHS settings. I think I turned that off long ago, because I was having issues with it in the T80, so I have to turn that back on after this mission. I should have thought about that beforehand. That's probably why my auto lead's not working. Oh. Stop bumping into the other tanks. Yeah, and I usually, when I'm playing tanks in ArmA, I'm usually using the Soviet stuff, so it's less of an issue not having it.
Someone shooting green. Behind the hill, there is a VMP.
Yeah, keep going. The other tanks are ahead of us a bit, catch us up.
Everybody, go right down the fucking airstrip and kill these fucks, let's go.
That guy wasn't showing up thermal, what the fuck?
He was just very faintly.
He was fucking with his teammate. Cold-blooded shit.
tankers in the goddamn control tower. Pull up to the control tower and dismount. Engage with rifles.
Infantry in the hangar behind us.
Okay.
Keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going.
Main guns on the control tower, engaging with bayonet and rifle.
Set fire main gun at the control tower, right?
Going in.
Oh god. Oh, fire hold it. Oh, thank fuck. Good thing I checked that.
Remember to order your people to stop so the AI don't go apeshit.
I'll stay in the tank and watch outside. Turned him to paste.
Is the building secured?
So yes, sir.
Get back to your tanks, ooh-ah.
Ping 2, we need a medic.
Yeah, this is, we see you. Who needs a medic? Come to the control tower.
Okay,
Hey!
Oh, yes sir, hoorah.
We lost Newton, no.
No, Newton!
So I hope you all had fun. I
Fuck
know it's
yeah.
a little bit on the shorter side, but
That
you
was
know, if you are in
great.
vehicles.
Holy shit, that was so much fun.
It was a base mission,
Yeah.
indeed.
More tanks,
gonna lie.
please.
Say again, Ross?
More tanks.
Please. Please.
So
armor
one
is
of the
so
things
fun.
that I am working on cooking up for
Where is
a little farther in the future is and Ross is just going to perk up on this again,
Shit, that's not the
combined
right button.
DCS ArmA campaign where we do some bombing and then some tanks and then some infantry and stick around.
Oh, you can't do that.
Thank you for the mission, Brian. Have a good night, everyone.
No one plays
Good night.
DCS.
Good night.
Everybody, submit feedback. This is a threat.
I
If
greatly
I don't see
appreciate.
you on the list of feedbacks, you're getting a kneecap.
I like the mission. Is that a feedback?
I forget how you're supposed
Yeah,
to
that
do
is a
the
feedback.
fucking...
Put that bitch in there.
I
Anyway,
can't write.
thank you all for being
No?
less retarded than usual. Very suspect considering we have, you know,
Add-on
80-ton
options? Here we go.
machines.
We
But,
even flipped them.
Oh, okay, it doesn't want
We
to work.
even managed to have an organized vehicle mission.
There used to be a
All we
separate
needed
menu
was a
for
flat piece
RHS,
of
and I don't
fucking
remember how to
desert with
get to
thermals.
it.
Oh
Very
no.
thank you for Dixon
Whatever.
mission, and I am going to jump into the meeting room and steal everybody. Goodbye.
User disconnected from your channel.
Thank you for coming also.
Mwah.
User left your channel. User disconnected was from your moved channel. out of your User channel. disconnected from your channel.
Mwah.
User disconnected from your channel. User disconnected from your channel.
Bear with me for a moment here, guys. Bit scuffed this morning, as usual. So I'm going to grab a quick cup of tea, get Gunner Heat PC up and running after I put in this feedback, and then we'll do some GHPC for a bit. I was thinking of doing some DCS today, but I had a bit of a shitfest in DCS yesterday. It's kind of put me off. So we'll save DCS for a later stream. Now, I may be streaming this afternoon after my classes, or maybe tomorrow afternoon. I'm not certain yet. And that's just to make up for the fact I was planning to stream yesterday and I didn't really get around to it. Didn't have time. But yeah, I will be back in a few minutes, guys. I don't remember if I've done a Gunner Heat PC stream since I got my new glasses. If we play the American tanks, this should be very interesting because there's going to be a lot of green reflections from the thermals, and when I got these I forgot that the anti-glare coating turns reflections to green, so I may look slightly possessed if that's the case. Hello. Just make sure OBS hooks the right thing, because sometimes it takes a little while to figure out what it's supposed to be looking at. There we go. So I don't think the patch is hit yet. At any rate, it's still the same version as the last time I played, so... the next patch, when it comes, which should be pretty much any day now, I think, is bringing some new sounds for the Abrams, it's bringing voice lines for the Bradley, and it's bringing some other stuff as well. Let's do this mission. I don't know if I've done this one on stream before. So we've got a support and infantry platoon, which is just notional at the moment, I think, because the infantry aren't in yet. Seize the hill to the platoon's right flank. The hill is now objective staple. Enemy 1 to 2 platoons of enemy armor consisting of T-55 and BMP-1. 4 M60s in my platoon, plus 3 M113s, and we are to advance and destroy enemy forces on objective staple in order to relieve the flank of the friendly platoon. Sounds simple enough. Taking a little while to load. There we go.
Loader ready, Sabo loaded. Gunner ready, Sabo index.
Oh, I think I actually have done this mission on stream, and I think I got my ass kicked last time I did it. Take it nice and slow. So that should be that patch of forest there. We want to aim for the saddle between these hills, and the hill on the left will be our objective. How did you flip the tank in armor? I didn't do anything. I think the AI took command of the driver's seat for a moment, and they started trying to move the tank around, and maybe the gun barrel hit something, but, like, I didn't do anything that flipped it. Pick up the pace a little more. Slow it back down as we crest. I don't like how quiet it is so far. It's concerning. As I recall it, last time I played this mission, I'd already taken contact by now. In fact, as I recall it, last time I played this, we took contact on our right flank before we even got to this stage. So I'm slightly rattled by the fact I haven't seen or heard anything yet. Yeah, this is an M60A3. So notice how it says it's point stabilized. I just heard something explode to the left, probably in the town. Oh, fuck! Shit, shit, shit. That was a good ambush. Jesus. Hold that thought, guys. Hold that thought. There you are, you bitch. It's a T-55 by the looks of it. Shit! Fuck! I think we're out of tanks already. No, we got one left. Oh my god. Yeah, like I said, mission was a bit quiet for my liking. That's why. So yeah, where it says point stabilized, what that means is at the current lased range, which is 1200 meters, just by default kind of battle sighted to 1200, that's where the gun is trying to track with the azimuth and elevation stabilization. That's what that means. Direction stabilized, which is what the T-72 currently has, is a little less precise. So that just means the turret holds the same bearing, but it won't try and track the specific point that the gun's ranged to, like it will in the M60 or the Abrams. I think that's supposed to change with the T-72 as development continues, but it hasn't yet. Oh my fucking god, dude. We have to restart the mission. We got rolled. They were in a perfect ambush position. You'll notice as well, because the M60 is quite tall, I had to roll right over the hill to get a clear shot at them, and by that point they could just hit me in the turret before I had a clear sort of line of sight. You'll also notice clouds are in the game now, so they've added true sky, and the weather conditions vary from clear skies through to overcast. There's been some lighting adjustments as well to go with the new skybox. Pick up the pace just a little more. One of the things I'm kind of hoping gets added, in multi-crew it won't be an issue because you'll have a human player doing it, but for AI, or like human-commanded AI gun tanks like this, I'm kind of hoping when you're turned out in a command view like this, you can command your gunner to scan a sector, which would be nice. So you can see how the AI tanks are kind of sweeping their turrets back and forth across a narrow azimuth. They're scanning. And there's currently no way to get your tank's gunner to do that when you're kind of popped out of the commander's hatch. You can do it manually when you're the gunner, but yeah, it's a little difficult to do while trying to drive at the same time. Clouds also block IR sensors. You know what? I'm not sure. Let's look at a cloud. They do not see clouds, it would appear, at the moment. But they were literally just implemented this last patch, so I'm not sure if they're complete yet, like if they are going to make them show up or not show up or what. I think clouds should show up faintly at least, because they're going to be a slightly different... Oh, actually no, they might be ambient temperature, I'm not sure. I'm not knowledgeable enough about how IR stuff works to know. We'll keep the closest spacing this time. So it was this hill. We're going to roll very carefully over the top of it. Actually, before we do, we're going to redeploy to line, just to make sure all of the tanks have their guns ready. It's going to be a little janky with them in that tree line there, but... Oh, Chocolate, we had a really awesome ArmA mission. We were driving Abrams during the 2003 Iraq invasion. King terrain. Fuck. That hill is really screwing with me. We're not going to fuck with the rangefinder at all. I just don't have the time to be hitting the rangefinder at this distance. BDA, we have one tank disabled, two tanks destroyed. Fuck me. Okay, well that went really well, huh? I'm at this moment touching grass. Oh, nice. Touch some for me too. You can fill my quota while you're at it. I'm pretty hyped for it. I'm really hyped for Sinai as well. Like, the last week or so, or 2 weeks I guess, in DCS news has been fucking amazing. Lots of great stuff we can use for Cold War missions. I know that the Sinai map's going to be a modern version, but it's still a lot better than nothing. Bruh. Where did that come from? Well, that's all our M60s down, but where did that shot come from? I guess we're going to have to flank around to the right, because this path is not viable. At all. Interesting, when your tank gets knocked out and you're in free cam, it pulls you back to it. Was that another guy hiding down here? Or was that from further out? Whoops, that's the wrong button. That was maybe from down there. Can't quite tell. Well, here goes attempt number 3, I guess.
Motor ready! Sabo loaded! Gunner ready, Sabo index.
We'll space them out again. 50 meters. No, not yet. Just doing single missions still. So, that saddle, that is the bad no-no zone. There's a lot of nasty shit on that hill. So we'll try coming around the right, and if that doesn't work, we may have to go pretty far around the left even. Not yet, Cotty. I'm a bit behind on checking DMs, to be honest. Little deer hunting stand there. They've done quite impressive work with a lot of the scenery. So this is the newest of the maps, but they also reworked the original sort of tech demo map, which is the smallest size one. So I think I played a couple streams ago a mission on that, and you can see that it's actually got buildings and little towns and stuff on it now. It was quite plain before, so it's good to see. The game's really starting to take shape. So probably sometime this week the next patch should drop, and once it does there'll probably be another Gunner Heat PC stream like as soon as possible afterwards. We're going on a pretty wide flank here. We'll get them into line, just so it's a little easier to move through this area here, and then once we're on line on top of this ridge, I'll get them back into wedge, probably. Just cut the corner on this. Something I should check is, I should see if they've put in shortcuts for different formation types. If they have, I need to check what the bindings are, and if they haven't, then that might be a feature I could suggest at some point. And just make it a little easier than having to go through the queue menu, especially when you're moving through different terrain types and you need to be changing formation a lot. Or if you're playing, you know, the Warsaw Pack tanks and you're constantly flicking from column into line every time you get engaged. or expect to get engaged. Let's go back to wedge. Okay, pick the speed back up again. Strafing Hawk, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So those T-55s are down on the other side of that ridge. So I'm a little wary about exposing my flank to that tree line, but we'll just push over this ridge, see what we can see. Hopefully get the drop on them this time. Enigmas has 80 slots now. Holy fuck. Jesus. Hopefully it runs smoothly, because the server's been having a bit of desync issues. I don't think it's their server so much as the Mirage F1. The desync appears to have arrived in the same patch the F1 did, but an 80-player server that runs smoothly would really be something. Yeah, the Drewski video pulled a shitload of people, and it was a good video too. Like, it was really well done. And for his first day flying the MiG-21, he did really well. A little shy on the afterburner, but he did really well. I especially liked all the cinematic shots, because that's an aspect of Enigma server you don't get to see when you're playing it, is the sort of big picture shots. That shit was just... I'd love to spend a day just sitting in a Game Master slot on that server, spectating, to be honest. Not playing, just spectating. Videos aren't my domain as much. It'd be an interesting stream for sure, but videos implies editing, and editing implies me having the time or skill to do it. But yeah, like, definitely for a stream I'd love to do that.
Gunner, Sabo, tank. Identified, fire, on the way!
There's one T-55. Kind of... We'll just sprint forwards here, or dash forwards to the edge of the hill. Should be another one here somewhere. It's quiet. Too quiet. Tank to the left. He just took a hit from over here. Fucked if I can see where. Oh shit, two of them took hits. It's coming from downhill. Oh shit. I think the AI are still a little cracked at seeing through trees, like so, and especially for them because they don't have thermals like I do. So I think that's something that could be tweaked with time. Trying to... The gun barrels don't have collision at the moment, but I try and get in the habit of not schwacking them on trees anyway. Oh, these trees are gonna really fuck with me. Bro, I can't see that. I don't want to skyline myself here, but I need to get a shot past this tree line. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn this way, and we're going to fucking sprint it up here. Try not to T-bone my platoon mate here. I'm going to sprint it up here, get around the back slope of this hill, and then push on them from that direction where we got a clear line of sight through the trees, or past the trees even. That's the theory. The practice is probably going to work out very differently. Yes, because, yeah, we'll just get over the ridge so we're not skylined. We are skylined still, but let's try and get my tanks through here. He appears to have been tracked. This is fine. So if we get around this little copse of trees here, that gives us a clear line of sight down into this area, which is where those shots are coming from. Just hoping my right flank's okay. Okay. Now we slowly advance down here. Line of sight's not quite as clear as I'd hoped. It's not bad, but it could be better. I saw him for like half a second through the trees. God damn it. Let's just get down the hill. Now we get the rare lines where the gunner's calling his own commands. It's not common to have the commander dead, but the gunner's still up in the M60, so you don't hear these voice lines very often. 4 for 4 yet in the T-72 sniper mission? I think I have, but I don't know if I've done it on stream. One behind that. Deal with the tanks first. Now who's getting ambushed, bitch? Okay, I need to re-engage those two. Looks like we lost our other M60. I think we're the last tank. We'll just go with what we got. It's 113. We haven't achieved the mission yet, so there's, I think it was 80-something%, 85, 87% casualties to get them to withdraw, and we haven't hit that yet. So there's something still alive somewhere. I'm just thinking it might be on that hill where we initially got ambushed the first couple of attempts, because we only saw the one T-55 up there. I was expecting at least two. So I wonder if there's something there, or if they've actually occupied the town, which is quite possible. PC personnel carrier. So gunner heat PC means gunner with high explosive anti-tank ammunition engage a personnel carrier, which could be a BMP, BTR, whatever. Hey CJ, good to see you, man. We're having a tank kind of day today. We did a Abrams crew mission in ArmA, and now we're playing some gunner heat PC very incompetently. I'm doing alright. I'm thinking I might take a bit of a break from playing on Enigma's server until that's dealt with, because last night it was just ridiculous, dude. I got on to play for like an hour or two and have some fun. I wanted to do some F1 stuff so I could maybe learn to suck less with that plane. That's one of our dead tanks, isn't it? Anyway, long story short, I had to end up... First of all, I missed 2 intercepts on fucking Space Vigans in the F1, because of course I did. And that was with a human GCI. And, there we go. And then, because they were just... It was the same 2 people who, you know, if you play on the server, you already know who I'm talking about. There's the same 2 people who were just repeatedly fucking pounding the, red depots and industrial, mainly the depots, So I reslotted into a 29 to try and stop them. Even with the 29, I couldn't. I think I got one of them on his way back from striking the... Shit. Shit. Hold that thought. I need to remember what the stabilizers were on the keyboard. L, that's right. It's been a while since I played. Yeah, so I got in a 29, try and stop them. I was able to hit them on the way home once. I wasn't actually able to stop them from getting there. Because you can't. Overlord, especially once Taiho was doing GCI. And once Taiho got off, I couldn't even find them because Overlord doesn't understand the word vegan. So you can't ask for bogey dope vegan because Overlord won't understand you. And it just gives you an F5 or something instead, which is useless. So the only way you know where they are is if you get a default, like a DCS default AWACS call out for 12,000 meters, and you know there's only one thing that flies up there on that server. Other than intelligent Tomcat and MiG-29 players anyway. Or if you get close enough that you get a fucking tripwire or merge call with one, and if you get a tripwire or merge call with one, you're not going to be able to hit it in time. Because you're going to be too close to it to react already. So yeah, for several hours, I didn't get to have any fun, basically. There was one, in fact, I caught on the way back from a depot strike. I actually interrupted it in the process of striking the depot, and it started running away back towards its own side of the lines. I had a huge speed and altitude advantage, like I was doing about Mach 1.4, 1.6 or something, when I kind of got within range of him. He turned cold and ran, so I can't fire my R27 because it won't reach. So I started chasing him. I kind of thought, well, I'm going to get dragged back across their line here, but there's no Tomcats on, and hopefully I can hit him before he gets to his airfield. Well, what happened ended up being that I chased him all the way back across the lines, and I was, like, checking the F10 map to make sure I could hit him before he got to a fucking FARP cover or an airfield or something where SAMs would protect him. Well, I didn't do that very well, because I ended up getting killed by an Avenger just to spoil things. I thought I had time to make the turn to get out of its range, but I didn't because I was doing 1,600 fucking kilometers an hour. True airspeed, so about 1,500 indicated at that altitude probably. So I was already pushing the 29 literally as fast as it would go. And he was still outrunning me. Like, I couldn't close the distance enough. At the speed that he was going, at the altitudes we were at, the Sparrow, or not the Sparrow, the R27R was showing a fucking RMAX of 1 kilometer. A fucking RMAX, not even no escape zone, but the RMAX was 1 kilometer. Like, you've got to be fucking kidding me. It's just ridiculous, dude. They know they're exploiting. They've been called out for it before. They play victim anytime you tell them they're exploiting. Like, it's just stupid. It's really toxic behavior. Like, for those of you who are in Enigma's Discord and saw the drama with SimG the other day, I would take SimG any day of the week over this shit. Like, anything they do is by default less toxic than this shit. It's one thing to exploit something and ruin everyone else's fun just so you can post clips of how amazing you think you are at the game, but it's another entirely to do that and then claim you're the victim, and you're the one that everyone's trying to bully. Like, that's the thing, they'll pick new players who have just joined the server, they'll get them into Blue Voice Chat, they'll teach them how to exploit this, and then they'll tell them, oh yeah, by the way, this server's really toxic, and they'll bully anyone who flies the vegan. Like, it's fucking psychopathic, dude. It's actually psychopathic. There's something wrong with these people, mentally speaking. And if it was up to me, if it was my community, they would have been banned for it long ago. They would have been banned for being toxic, and if this kind of thing had continued with the aircraft being exploited, I would have just removed it from the server and told people, look, this player, this player, this player have been exploiting it, blame them, they're why we can't have nice things. You know, that's how you do it, you fucking blackball people. If they're gonna do shit like this, and ruin other people's fun, and just be strange, like, manipulative, toxic people in general, you blackball them. You make it clear to everyone in the community, look, you can't play your module that you bought and you really want to enjoy on the server. You can't play it because they ruined it. That's what I would have done. But, you know, I'm not running the server, so it is what it is. And I'm getting sick and tired of ending up talking about it every stream, even when I'm not playing fucking DCS. But, like, that's how much of a problem it has become. Like, it has become such a massive issue. By the way, here you can see that the positions of moving tanks doesn't line up 100%, because the position he's in right now is where he was when this shot landed, and you can see that the actual shot trace starts from where he was when he fired this round. So between the time he fired this round and when this shot hit whatever it hit, terrain, I think, he moved like 1.5 tank lengths. So sometimes you'll see a shot that appears to go through a tank, but it doesn't register a hit. That's why. So it's not a bug with the game. It's not anything like that. It's not bad hit detection. It's just that, you know, between essentially the time of flight of the shell means that the tank moved before the shot hit. What happened on Alpen's server was a bit different. Because it wasn't even a group of people on Alpen's server, it was literally one specific person on Alpen's server. One specific person. And it wasn't really being used to hit ground objectives, it was being used to shoot people down and then, like, frustrate the fuck out of them until they just all left the server. So yeah, it was a little different there, and there was an early implementation of a script to try and stop people abusing the flight model, but it wasn't quite mature enough yet, and so it was causing issues, so it ended up getting pulled from the server. I don't know, dude, there's just DCS players, man, I don't know. Like, most DCS players aren't that bad, but just some of them, like, for those of you who are in my Discord or in Enigma's Discord in Red Chat, and saw what Colin was saying about the aggressor stuff he's been doing for a PvE squadron, same kind of mentality, but different aircraft. So instead of being Vigan players, those guys are flying F-18s and F-14s and stuff. They're not, like, they think they're hot shit, and they post all these multi-dozen page presentations on BVR and all this stuff, but when push comes to shove and they're actually fighting human players, they can't. Like, they don't know what they're doing. So they're not sanitizing their airspace, they're not designating, like, you scan this area of the sky, I'll scan this area, you know, we'll get complete coverage of this whole sector of sky by scanning, you know, one guy scans low, one guy scans mid, one high, one left, one right, whatever. That's, even in a fucking MiG-29 you do that. Like, if you guys remember back when I do 2-ship MiG-29 stuff on Blue Flag, one of us would scan left, one would scan right. These guys weren't even doing that. They expected the MiGs to be on the deck, they're all scanning on the deck. They're completely reliant on their data link. They have no situational awareness without it. So Colin's been dunking on these guys with 29s and 21s and shit. And they've been complaining like, oh, the R27T is unfair, remove it because it's a cheap shot. Oh, the R73 is unfair, remove it because it's OP. You know, the most recent fucking cope was, it was a 3-ship of Hornets, and they separated out for some reason. Like, they were not operating as a 3-ship. They just kind of went off and each did their own thing. So one of them rolled up on the position of Colin and his wingman. They were way below him. They were actually terrain masking, but he went to the area they were in. He fired harm at something. I assumed he was actually trying to do seed, but it turns out no, he just doesn't know how to manage his jet. He meant to fire a sidewinder, but he had a harm come off the rail. The amount of fucked up you have to be to fire a harm accidentally instead of a sidewinder is, like, phenomenal. I can fly the Hornet better than that, and I fly it once a year if I'm lucky. And I never fully learnt to fly it either. But this guy comes in from above them. Polar, check in DCS resources, you'll see the clips. But this guy comes in above them in the Hornet. It's a pair of 21s on the deck. He dives into them. Mind you, this is over hostile territory, so he doesn't know what SAMs or AAA are down there, right? At least in theory. So he's over hostile territory. He dives from a safe altitude down to the deck. So he basically does their job for them. They don't even have to giraffe him. He's giraffing himself. He's like reverse giraffing. So he comes down to their level. By this point, he's still somehow failed to get his air-to-air master mode selected. So he comes, or he's not in fucking what is it, WIDAC, I think you would use for that kind of mode. Pom would know which mode you'd use, maybe WIDAC or gun, gun mode, something like that, just to acquire, hey, there's like anything in front of my nose, give me it. The Hornet look-down penalties are pretty severe at the moment. Like, ED have really fucked that jet's radar up, but even the Hornet's look-down penalties are not severe enough to explain this, because he was literally right on top of them. So he dives into a pair of 21s, and then he's just scissoring back and forth, and he gets out BFM'd. Gunac, that's it. He gets out BFM'd by a fucking pair of 21s, mostly by 121, because Colin was the one that was actively trying to kill him. The other one seemed to not quite know where he was. Anyway, a Hornet got outmaneuvered by a 21. Colin gunned him, sliced his wing off with 23mm, and the cope for that one was a real-life MiG-21 pilot can't react that fast. That's unrealistic. My brother in Christ, he can react as fast as he fucking sees you and as fast as the aircraft's control surfaces will actuate. Like, what the actual fuck is with these people, dude? Like, and they were complaining, oh, we don't, like, our data link's not good enough, our AWACS coverage isn't good enough, we didn't have him on data link, so that's why you have your own fucking radar. Like, they had, I think it was something like 5 Tomcats total. There was a 2-ship and then a 3-ship, I think. They had 5 Tomcats. Why not? Here's just a thought. Why not have 2 of those Tomcats split off, sit back behind everyone, one scanning high and one scanning low? Just a thought with the AUG-9. You know, the most powerful fucking air-to-air radar in the game in terms of range. Just a thought. I mean, I know that, well, as far as I'm aware in DCS, the Tomcat can't data link with the F-18 directly. It should be able to through the ships, but that isn't modeled, of course. So link 4A should go back to the fleet, and then the fleet should data link that out to 16, which should go to the Hornets. So the Hornets should see what the Tomcat's seeing, and vice versa. But it's not modeled in DCS. It doesn't fucking matter anyway, because even if you can't directly data link with the Hornets, you know what you do? You do what we do on Alpins, where there's Tomcats in a mission, or what we used to do when the Mirage 2000 was in the mission. After you spend all your ammo, and you've still got fuel to stay on station, you go sit at high altitude and just chill out up there and act as a fucking mini AWACS. And it's particularly easy with the Tomcat, because you got a fucking Rio in the back seat. I don't know if these guys were playing with human Rios or Jester. I'm guessing because it was a PvE squadron, they're probably human Rios. Like, most of the PvE guys tend to fly as two-man. So they probably had a human Rio in the back seat who could have been communicating to the Hornets, like, oh, I see you from your position, bearing 341, 10 miles on the deck. There's something there. You know, like, just basic SA callouts for the Hornets. But no, they didn't do that because the Tomcats were too busy scanning the wrong sector of sky and dying to MiG-29s. Like, it's just incredible. It's just fucking incredible. Actual racist code. Yeah, like, MiG-21 pilots are not Ubermensch enough to fucking manipulate their controls in a way that could fucking beat a Hornet and be like, just what the fuck, man? I don't get it. Where were they complaining? Oh, it's in like it was in the debrief for this, but what's been happening is Colin, who's one of the guys from Enigma's Discord, who posts a lot in Red chat because he flies Red on there, but he's also in my Discord, so he kind of expanded on the story when I came in and retold it in my Discord because I was so beside myself. Colin's been flying as like an aggressor for pretty much a PvE squadron, like one of the US Navy fucking LARP squadrons that take themselves super seriously. And he's been, for the past couple weeks, sharing tales with us of just how, like, blitheringly incompetent these guys are. They can all case 3 pitching deck 0 vis beautifully and 3-wire it every time, of course, because all the US Navy PvE squadrons put a completely undue amount of emphasis on being able to get a perfect 3-wire on the carrier in any conditions, but no emphasis on actual combat operations. And this is the thing, like, again, this is a squad that takes itself super seriously and has, like, huge-ass presentations on how to BVR, or how to sanitize airspace, or how to do this, how to sort targets, how to do that. And none of it is actually ever put into practice, apparently, when they're doing operations. Because as soon as you put them up against human players, I mean, even against AI, it sounds like they get their shit pushed in, but against human players in particular, who aren't as predictable and, you know, can actually react to them intelligently, they get fucking destroyed. Anyway, that was a long tangent, but the kind of the point here is there are a lot of people in the DCS community who are looking for any excuse that isn't themselves for why they fucked up. And it's really common with the guys that fly more modern modules. It happens with Red 4 players too, so don't get the idea this is only blue players. Red 4 players do it too. Typically the guys that are into the more modern Red 4 stuff, they'll cope a lot. The Cold War guys are used to being the fucking, you know, the bottom in the relationship, so they're a bit more crafty and they can deal with getting smashed on repeatedly. Because when they finally get that one kill on a Gen 4, it instantly pays it all off. But yeah, like it seems more prevalent with the with a certain coalition's players, put it that way. But yeah, the way we got here was everyone's favorite module doing the things it usually does. 51st are actually pretty good. They primarily do PvE, but they're pretty good at air-to-air and give me a run for my money when I do op4. Yeah, this isn't by any means an attempt to say all PvE squadrons are bad at the game. They're not. I've seen a few PvE squadrons that are really on top of their shit. There's usually an adjustment period when they go into a PvP environment. Like, mixed PvE, PvP is not so bad, but when you put a lot of squadrons in a full-on PvP environment, it's kind of an adjustment period for them, because us PvP guys are all cowboys and we're very unpredictable and we don't give a shit about procedure and all this. Like, I kind of remember the first time that I saw the IAF guys come on Alpen's server, and they were just sat on the taxiway blocking it for everyone else going through all their checklists for like 20 minutes. And then once they actually got into combat, they got rolled. But now they're, you know, they still get rolled now and again, but they're pretty dangerous. And they have some individually excellent pilots that'll give me a run for my money any day. So they've adapted really well. It took them a little while to adjust, but they've adapted really well. On the other hand, the Iriaf guys seem to have gone the other way. The last encounter I had with them on Alpen's server, they were easy meat. I don't think I was... No, I did stream it, didn't I? I think I streamed it. It was me and the 475th playing on red on Desert Has Eyes against Iriaf playing on blue. And we went like 40 minutes with no callouts for aircraft, and we were starting to get really shirty, like, where the fuck are they? Have they even taken off yet? And then we get a call out for fucking Keshem. So what they did, and I checked TacView afterwards, what they did is they boxed all the way around the edge of the fucking Persian Gulf, like on the south side of the fucking Straits of Hormuz, out past Kasab, and then came up. Yeah, they were doing a hook. They came up, they strafed the fucking SNR-75 at the Volkhov site that was protecting Keshem, on the little, like, if you know where Keshem Air Base is, it's the little island just offshore from it. It was on that. So they strafed the SAM radar on that island. Somehow didn't get clapped by the Cubs that are covering it. And they were RTB when we got the call out. And so I visually spotted one, but I knew there were more. He had his fucking nav lights on. That's how I spotted him. So I rolled in and I'm like, oh, I see one, but I'm getting a call out for another and I can't see him. And so I was kind of falling in behind the leader. I thought, oh yeah, we'll gun this guy. And then I just happened to glance left out of my canopy and I see there's an F5 on my wing with his nav lights on. Just like, what? So, I dropped back, shot down the... I think I shot down the No, I went to shoot the trail. I was in a 19, that's right. I was in a 19 when this happened. Because if I was in the 21, I would have rolled them both easily. But I dropped back behind him, and I was lining up for a missile shot on him because I wanted to hit him first and then deal with the lead. So, you know, the lead doesn't see that there's an ambush happening. But of course, it's the MiG-19, so the R3S is uncaged on the wingman, and I thought they were on the lead. So both my missiles went stupid. I ended up gunning both of them. And then I think it was Dogger that was with me in a 21. He finished the other guys, but it was like like 4 or 5 people returning to base with their nav lights on in a couple of separate formations. There was 2 in the group that I engaged, and I think there's a 3 ship further over to the south. 0 situational awareness. Like they had the same sort of SA we did. It's not great on that mission because it's intentionally bad SA on that mission, but like they would have had callouts for us and they just ignored them. Very strange. Hey Veritech, good to see you, man. Hope you've been keeping well. This is a just chatting stream again, I guess. This is how things usually go these days. Bitter taste of copium, yes. Hornet can receive 4A in DCS? I don't think so. In real life it can, but in DCS I don't think it's modeled. Because Pom was saying like mids in the Hornet has and/or logic, so it can take from multiple sources, but in DCS I think it only takes 16. I don't think Link 4 talks to anything else. That's why you do debriefs, where you explore your fuck-ups. This is where this all came out, was from the debriefing. Apparently the debriefings in this group, who I won't name, although I think Colin did in Discord. The debriefings for that group apparently consist more of coping about how the mission went and complaining about mission design, or about unrealistic flying from the Op4 than they do about actually figuring out what the fuck they did wrong. So this is how you end up with permanent skill issues, by the way. This is like... how can I say this without sounding really shitty? This is where it goes from a skill issue to a fucking permanent skill disability.
Hornet takes some Link 4 in DCS, but it's only for ACLS.
Okay, cool. But yeah, like I said, even if it didn't take it at all, you could still have the guys in the Tomcat backseat talking them on. Anyway, yeah, this is where it goes from a skill issue to a permanent skill disability, because they're not interested in learning, they're not interested in self-improvement, all they're interested in is role-playing fucking Maverick from Top Gun and pretending they're the hottest shit on Earth. And anytime that fantasy isn't lived out, they complain that it was unfair and it was not realistic and all this other garbage. That's what it is. Those players are never going to improve, they're going to permanently suck at the game. Anytime they go into a PvP environment, they're going to be victims. They're not going to be, they're never going to be able to effectively fight back. And this is how I've been referring to people, like when I'm kind of discussing this shit on Enigma's Discord, I will use the word victims because that shot barely cleared the ground. Because that's what they are. Like, they're never going to actually be able to defend themselves, let alone go on the offensive. They're victims. They exist to be shot at by everyone else and then to whine about it until the end of time. That's all they do. That's why, like, you don't have to be a good player at the game. You can be brand new to the game, you can be kind of bad at the game, you can have slow reflexes, you can have bad spotting ability, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. As long as you analyze what happened and try and think about ways you could improve next time, you're going to eventually get there. You know, you can't let this shit dishearten you. But if you get to the point where everything is everyone else's fault or the game's fault and it's never your fault, you're a victim. And you'll always be a victim because you will never ever improve, and you will always be at the mercy of other players who do improve. So yeah, it was very enlightening though, seeing like just how fucked up those guys were in that squadron. It makes the average growling Sidewinder puppy look like a fucking master of air-to-air combat, honestly. That was a lucky one. Didn't really do... it might have damaged his gun. Doesn't look like it penetrated into the actual chamber, so I don't know if it would have knocked his gun out, but it might have damaged the elevation gears. Because the... trying to figure out what the gun trunnion is in the 72. I think the gun trunnion's about level with the, where that hit, actually. So yeah, might have disabled his gun.
The Vigan needs knockoff sidewinders for self-defense, but we are masochist. XXX Vigan pilot XXX.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was particularly funny. All the calls for like RB74s and shit. Like, I don't know. Like I said, it's a small group of people. Most of the people who fly the Vigan on the server are perfectly fine. They don't exploit anything, or if they do, they don't realize they're doing it. They're not doing it intentionally. They don't whine about how underpowered they think the Vigan is. They don't fucking talk about how amazing they think they are because they killed somebody with a plane that, you know, that can climb 40 degrees and accelerate through supersonic. The majority of people on the server are fine. Like, this has always been the thing. It's not the majority of players on the server the issue. It's a very vocal minority. The same with any time where there were big skill issues on the server and there was a big debate about that. Like, it's generally not an issue for most people in the server, but there's a few people who are very intent on making it a big issue. Jesus Christ. It's a bit grim. Yeah. Like, so you get the occasional new player come in who doesn't know better, and they'll be like, why don't we have RB74s? And that's when they fall into the clutches of the skill issue gang. Because that's what they do. They just hang out in voice chat because people see someone in voice chat and they're like, oh, there's someone in voice. I'll be able to coordinate with them and do some teamwork. It'll be really fun to fly together, which is, you know, perfectly admirable. But then you end up in this kind of... in this environment where you're being taught to exploit something and then also told, and I saw this, by the way, somebody joined the server and had, like, their display picture was a Vigan with the Swedish flag in the background, and they're like, I really like the Vigan, and literally the first thing that was said to them by one of the people that does this is, oh, this server's really toxic and they bully anyone who flies the Vigan. Really? Really? Look, put it this way, the way that these people behave in Enigma's Discord, if you did that, you know, in a domestic environment, that would be called, you know, that would be called domestic abuse. That would be called, you know, emotional abuse, manipulation, that kind of thing, gaslighting maybe. Just a thought. Takes a certain kind of person to do that. M60 platoon tasked with interdicting a large enemy attack. 3 to 4 platoons of enemy armor consisting of T-72M1 and BMP-1. We have 4 M60s. We are to advance and find a firing position to engage the enemy, to prevent them from seizing objective June. And this is going to be a last stand. 100% friendlies destroyed, fallback. Yeah, I'd be scared of getting Gilson into that Discord. Yeah, not the same 51st Paradox. There's a blue 451st and a red 451st. The red 451st are pure PvP. Strike Eagle will be the new Hornet. The Strike Eagle, like, is a phenomenal jet with incredible capabilities, and if people fuck up that badly in it, like, that'll really be depressing. I mean, like I've said on a few previous streams, I don't fly the modern Blue 4 stuff often, but I do fly it just enough to know how capable it is, even in my incompetent hands, so when I see the kinds of shit people do with it and then blame the jet, or blame supposedly OP red shit, like, it hurts my head, dude. Hurts my fucking head.
Gunner, Sabo, tank, traverse right.
shit. That is a lot of tanks.
Next target, gunner, SABOT, tank, traverse left. On.
He's gonna be behind terrain.
On. Identified! On the way!
Fuck. That hill. I don't have a clear shot.
Right. Next target, on. Relays.
Ross, can you imagine the F-15E on Cola with someone which knows WTF they are doing and know the terrain in and out?
Next target,
It'll be fucking monstrous.
Target. Target, gunner, SABOT, tank. Traverse left. On. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Target, gunner, SABOT, tank. Traverse right. On. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Engage.
Malyutka incoming. Hopefully not for me. Missed. Bit too much lead. See the squiggly smoke trails from the Malyutkas.
Obstructed. On the way. Target, gunner, SABOT, tank. Traverse on. Identified. Fire. It's obstructed. On the way. Target, gunner, SABOT, tank. Traverse left. On. Identified. Fire. On the way. Downfall. Engage. Target, gunner, SABOT, tank. Traverse left. On. Identified. Fire. On the way. Target. Target, gunner, SABOT, tank. Identified.
It'd be so nice when this has got multi-crew in so I can let someone else do the berm drills while I'm... or the driver part of the berm drills while I focus on gunnery. Just trying to micro the WASD keys while gunning. It's a little difficult. We'll go heat now and we'll do a rearm once we've dealt with the immediate threat. He's going to be terrain masked. Get the BMP. Oh, that's a Malyutka and that's coming my way. Can't really see him even in thermals. I'm not sure what wavelength the thermals on this are, whether they should see smoke or not. Because whether a thermal sight can see smoke depends on what infrared wavelength it's looking for. Which is why they use thermals to go into burning buildings. I think they use like medium and short range IR, or medium and short wave, sorry, IR for that. Long wave should see smoke, I believe. He's smoking. Oh, fuck yes, boy! Oh, just barely missed. Fucking Speedy Gonzalez over here is going to be a little difficult to hit with a heat round at that range. I don't think we're going to get him. Not much point anyway. We dominate the high ground. I don't know why he's turned around like that. Actually, I do. It's because when I'm doing fucking berm drills, the AI turn around because I think I want to go that way. It's something that AI could stand to have improved, I think, is make them reverse when you reverse rather than turn around. Yeah, there's no way I'll hit that shot. Hey Koi, do you know when you operate a tank like this you become at least twice as attractive? Oh yes, really? Well, we're doing some tanking in ArmA this morning as well. Which is good fun. It's been a while since I've done that. Yeah, see, he turned around and he immediately got mobility killed, and then he was exposed to everything else. This is that same mobility kill tank. That was a catastrophic kill. Actually, maybe not. It hit propellant casings, but it didn't penetrate them, so it may not have actually detonated him. May have been another round that did. That one skewered his gun barrel. Well, his optics and his gun barrel. I'm not sure why some of these guys were looking behind them like that. It's interesting. How far the lethal range is of the frag from bounces? Pretty far. So the color coding is yellow is high energy, and can potentially penetrate sort of medium thickness armor. Orange is like medium energy and red is low energy. Red is still potentially lethal. Like, you'll sometimes see red hit someone without penetrating into them, you know, as it were. But yeah, like red is the lowest energy stuff. Typically red will bounce off of armor, even fairly thin stuff, but yellow is big boy. It does still bounce depending on angle, but it can potentially go through shit. And you can see there actually a red fragment's gone in and then popped out the top. It's been low energy by the time it's come out the top. And you can see that the fragmentation goes quite far as well. You got lucky with that one. There's that, so that's the guys that were saying in ArmA to aim directly for the middle. That's what they're talking about. The T-72 has a, well, all Soviet MBTs of this design have a weak spot around the driver's viewport, because it's just, if they made that armor thick enough, the tank would have to be another, you know, maybe half a meter longer, or they'd have to reduce the slope on the front armor. And either one, if they reduce the slope on the front armor, it becomes less effective, which means they need to thicken it, which then it becomes a sort of self-perpetuating cycle. And if they lengthen the tank by another half meter or so, it's going to increase the weight of the tank, because you've got more air, like more area you need to armor on the sides and the bottom and the top and stuff. So it kind of defeats the purpose of Soviet tank min-max, where you make the tank as small as physically possible, and then just, it means you can pack a shitload of armor on for a very low weight. But the downside is that there are certain weak spots in that armor, because you just physically cannot fit things in the tank without cutting a hole into the armor. So there is still armor there, but it's not very thick. You can actually see kind of the outline of that around the driver's viewport and hatch. And then you compare it to the composite armor around it, which is quite thick. A lot of tanks also do that with the, you can't see it here because these are T-72Ms, so they don't have the composite in the turret, they're just steel turret faces. But the area around the gun sight typically involves cutting into the armor as well. You can see there's a bit of a step there, so if I go into free cam, you can see that there's a step cut for the gunner's primary sight, which is this. That is the night vision optic, and then obviously the illuminator for it. This is a bit of a weak spot too. If a round comes in here, there's not a lot there to stop it, or if it comes in from this angle, for instance, it can cut kind of into the roof and then down into the tank, into the fighting compartment. Point of the slope barrier was defeating conventional APDS rounds, yeah. And against conventional APDS, it's pretty decent. But we're firing, I mean, this is a heat round, but we're mostly firing pretty serious business ammo here. I think we're mostly using depleted uranium stuff at the moment. I don't think we have the older ammo types yet. Ah, that was the shot that killed that M60 right there. That was a Malyutka, and it went straight through the loader into the ammo. And that was the last shot, which killed the final tank. Cool. Let's do another mission. Is artillery simulated? Not yet, but it's coming. Actually, maybe next patch or the patch after, because they demonstrated it during the most recent dev stream. There's a bit of a delay while you call it in. It doesn't have any sound effects yet, because it's very heavily in development, but they had the visuals for it, so they were calling in artillery. So we've got 5 maps. 4 actual like combat maps and then 1 proving ground map. So let's do T-72 sniper. How about some Chablis? We'll do Chablis next. But yeah, Chablis should be getting voice lines next patch, which will be awesome. The voice commands for the Bradley are more or less the same as the Abrams, but there's a couple of extras like tracking for the tow. And like I said earlier as well, new sounds for the Abrams too. I don't remember how much to lead by. I'm not going to get 4 from 4 probably because it's been a while since I played this, but I have done it before. I think it's about half a mark. Oh yeah, it's half a mark at this range and angle. He is still rolling, so we're going to give him another. He stopped moving. No, he hasn't stopped moving. Okay. This is a new tune. I haven't heard this one before. He's barely moving, actually. He's really slow, so... There we go, now he's brewed up. Looks like they're crashing into each other. It's a little hard to see what I'm doing here. We'll go for the trailing tank and then we'll go for the lead again. Okay, trail's brewed up. Looks like that guy's still up. Yeah, he's pushing the wreck. They do that sometimes. So we got a shot on him. You can see the haze makes it kind of hard to see at this distance. We got one left. He's about to get into the trees there. Not if I have anything to say about it. Let's redo it, and hopefully this time they won't crash into each other's wrecks, so it'll make it a little more challenging. They made it more foggy, yeah, it makes it a little more challenging. There was speak during the dev stream as well of potentially making things like smoke linger longer, as it should on a battlefield, so battlefields tend to get quite smoky quite fast, and it really impedes your situational awareness, so that would really matter here in a tank battle over time as things like artillery splashes and smoke from guns and stuff, dust from impacts build up. Okay. We want about halfway, so pretty much on that dot. That looked like a hit, but I didn't see where it hit him. I'm probably aiming a touch high, so we'll bring it down a little. Yep, I saw that one hit him. He's brewed up. So we'll go for the number 2. That was a definite hit. I think he's still up, but we're just going to try and mobility kill them so we can finish them off after. Because I want to get them caught out in the open where they're easier targets rather than let them get to cover or concealment. He's still going. Okay, he's not still going now. I think that was short. That was a hit. We'll give him another. That's a kill. Just this guy left. Boom. Done. So that was our first shot. That would have most likely... Oh, actually, no, that didn't track him, did it? I don't think. Took a few hits before he stopped rolling. So you can see sometimes being super accurate is a problem. That was a good shot. That killed him straight away, but every now and then you'll get a shot that it goes through the tank and it doesn't do a whole lot. Or it'll do a little bit of damage, but it won't catastrophically kill it. So 10 shots to knock out 4 tanks at 3 kilometers range. If it wasn't so foggy, it'd probably be a touch easier, but that's still pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. They never got a shot back at me, which is, you know, a plus. And you can see just how foggy it is as I go along the path of the shell there. They probably didn't even really see me, despite having thermals. Let's do a Chadley mission. I think there's one on the new map. No, there isn't one on the new map. Okay, I stand corrected. There's a few here. Incredible intuition. You're an M2 platoon holding the right flank of a friendly town. Enemy 3 to 4 platoons of enemy armor consisting of BMP-1, T-55A, and or T-72M1. We've got 4 Bradleys, 2 M13s in front of us, screening for us, and our platoon is to destroy the enemy company as it advances on your position. We're also to cover the retreat of the 113 screen. This could be interesting. So the Chadley we have is the initial version without the laser rangefinder. You have to manually range this version. I think the laser rangefinder was added sometime either just before or at the same time as Operation Desert Storm. So that was a very late sort of 80s, early 90s upgrade. That's our screen there. Just trying to think about how I could use the terrain here. I probably don't really have time. If I go for that ridge, maybe. It's not a very big ridge, but we could potentially use it. These guys are firing some turrets already. Oof. Christ, I fucking saw my life flash before my eyes there. Okay. Let's just get up on this berm. Oh shit. Bit of a waste on a BMP maybe, but let's get the gun. We'll call that 2000. Fuck, that was a good guess. That was a really good guess, god damn. You can see the gun's not super accurate at this range. I would expect the same sort of thing from the BMP2 when it arrives, is, you know, decent at short range, but kind of scatters a lot at further distances. Okay. Back to the nightmare vision. I think our screen may have eaten shit. We're still taking fire from somewhere. So there's obviously still something up. You can also see just how quickly the Bradley's turret rotates. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, this is realistic. This is how fast its turret does traverse. I've seen a video of it. It's really, really quick. No crack when Sabot passes next to your face? No, there's no sounds for incoming yet, I don't think. There are for missiles, I'm pretty sure, but I don't think there's any supersonic cracks for incoming rounds. That includes small arms as well as tank shells. Probably get done at some point. Tow, hello. Oh, it's another another BMP. Do we have any tanks yet? No, we don't. So I'm just gonna call that 16. Whoop! I need to get up. Oh shit! I accidentally turned the time compression on. I hit the wrong button. There we go. I was wondering why my Bradley was moving so slowly. We're still masked. There we go. No, that's way closer. We'll call that 10. No. Why can I not hit them? Okay, 800. Yeah, it's about 1,000. Shit, I forgot to reload. I'm going to switch to the other Bradley here. Just while he's restocking, because it's going to take him a while. The Bradley takes forever to reload. What I should have done was paid more attention to my AP ammo. The loading system for the Bradley is really weird. It's kind of not fully simulated, but it's semi-simulated. To fully simulate it would be quite involved and quite a pain in the dick, so it's kind of halfway there at the moment. I don't know if they're going to fully simulate it. I don't remember what they said about it. Range... What? I mean, the stadiometric? Yeah, I know. I'm not very good at using that under stress, though. And it's also optimized more for the height of a tank than a BMP, so it'll kind of misread anyway. What am I doing? Out of the nightmare vision. Oh, yeah, okay, I see what's happening. The Bradley doesn't firegate, so if you're on a hill and your vehicle's tipped back, it will fuck you over. It's not like the tank fire control systems where if you're on a hill, the vehicle will not engage. Ooh, that was a bad place to sit. Alright, let's redo the mission. Try again. Yeah, nightmare vision's to make you more cracked. It's to make you angry. Zoom in the day sight and leave the night vision panned all the way out. I know, right? There's a smoother grade here, like this isn't as steep of a slope, so I should be able to use this to get up here. And that was what, 2000 we called that? About 2000? Oh yeah. 2000, 2100, somewhere in that range. Seconds, fuck that. Okay, we'll just spend the last of our AP on him. And we'll go to the toes. It's a bit of an easy target, he's just sitting there, but that's alright. There's a Malyutka, hopefully not for me. See the tracer and the smoke trail sort of occludes the target sometimes and can make it a little difficult to see. Oh shit. That's what we want toes for. There's the other T-72 there. He's turning around. It's through trees, which is a shot you probably wouldn't make in real life because there's a risk of the tow cable getting tangled up on the tree branches. Not simulated in Gunner Heat PC yet. They've said they're not sure if they're going to simulate it because it would be quite difficult to do. Missed him. Yeah, I can't even see where he is. What's that? It's a heat signature there, but I can't make out what it is. I think it's one of our 113s that's been knocked out. What we can do is, whoops, not that. What we can do is restock while we chase them down. Body's dropped back a bit. It's a bit of a bad habit of mine is telling the AI to change formation while I'm on the move at full speed because they can't quite keep up with you, but he's back there. He'll catch up. Had when I was playing off stream one time, I was doing the campaign generated missions, and I got a mission as a T-55. I think I had a section of T-55s, not even a full platoon, and I had I think a couple BMPs as scouts at night, and I had to hold this position here against an unknown US force. I was shitting myself. It was moonless too. Well, not moonless, but pretty fucking dark. So without the active IR, I basically couldn't even see the ground in front of me. it was very scary. It took me probably like an hour and a half, 2 hours to clear that mission, and it was like the US forces weren't very heavy. I think it was like 1 platoon of Bradleys and maybe 1 or 2 tanks. It was scary as fuck though, because I couldn't see shit, and I was already, if I drove around with my lights on, they would see me. So you get some real survival horror moments in this game, even this early in development, which is quite cool. Buddy's back there. You just see the top of his turret behind that bend in the road. Oh, oi, oi, oi. Okay. Oopsie daisies. Trees can't be knocked over yet, but they're probably going to implement that at some point or other. So I think our platoon mates actually knocked out some tanks as well, because I certainly only hit one with the tow. Don't see where the last one's gone. I may actually get hit by him here as I'm trying to roll up on him. Or he may have even hit the edge of the map and despawned, I'm not sure. Hey Enigma. We did something very stupid. Oh boy, what was the stupid thing? Yeah, looks like he's pretty much gone, so we'll just go to the after action. Oh yeah, I heard you've got 80 players now. Bumping it to 150 in 40 minutes. It's less lag than before. How? Because people aren't scrambling to connect and hitting fucking join on the server all the time. Yes, oh my god. Eagle Dynamics, if any of the dev team are watching, devs specifically, which I doubt, but just by chance, if anyone from ED's dev team is watching, you guys need to implement a waiting queue to join a server, and this is exactly why. Like, I don't know how many of you guys have noticed, but the times when I would get game stutters and freezes, especially on Enigma server, but even on Alpin's, was when people were spam joining or leaving the server. Whenever somebody connects or disconnects, it stutters the game briefly. Doesn't matter how good your PC is, doesn't matter how well optimized the mission is. As soon as someone tries to join or leave, it fucks the fucking game up. And it's only a brief stutter, but if you've got a lot of people spam clicking the server trying to get in because it's full, it makes the game run like absolute dog shit. We need a waiting queue to get into the server, specifically to stop this. If you put an additional barrier between people in the server browser trying to spam click join and the server itself, problem solved. Oh man, it is so DCS that works though. Like, for those that aren't aware, Enigma, I got classes in in 2 hours. I might hop on briefly, but I can't stay on for long. Matt found that having shadows cranked to maximum performs better than having shadows turned off. He found that having shadows turned off makes the game run worse. Like, because Matt's on kind of a bit of a potato of a PC, right? He's been having performance, I think he's on a laptop even. He's been having performance issues with DCS for a long time. And he actually found that turning his settings up made the game run better. And he's not the only one that's discovered that. In fact, there was a discussion about it on Enigma's Discord just last night. that somebody else made the same discovery. If they crank their settings all the way up, the game runs better, like significantly better. Just DCS things. Didn't that happen with ArmA or some other game? Most likely. It's particularly with Sims because they tend to be so spaghetti coded, and the optimization is very bizarre and arcane, and there's a lot of assets that were done in like different time periods where things are like, this is one of the issues DCS has, is a lot of the assets are done with older technology and they haven't been brought across to the newer technology yet. Particularly with regards to like the way that shadows and stuff are handled, so a lot of weird shit like that happens. Someone had a very bad day at work. Very bad day at work. As the hit log scrolls right off the screen. A Dream Sim is one where the code has some semblance of organization. Not allowed. It's illegal. You can't make a sim and have any optimization at all. It's forbidden. It's one of the unwritten laws of the universe. You can see that a lot of these hits aren't really doing a whole lot, but then you get one lucky hit that goes through and skewers like half the crew. So 25 mil isn't the most effective thing on earth. That's what disabled him, was I basically necked the fucking driver. But like you can see that didn't even penetrate the fucking side armor. In fact, it didn't even penetrate the fucking side skirts. Jesus. It actually fragmented on the side skirt. And that's not thick either. That's basically a fucking mud guard. And yet that one went through the side top of the turret and then spalled down into the back of the gunner. Didn't kill him, but it probably would have distracted him slightly from his work. Toes obviously just fuck on everything. These are eye toes as well, the improved ones, so like if you get hit by one of these, you're pretty much done. I think I've seen T-72s rarely survive an eye toe, but it doesn't happen often at all. Really doesn't happen often. If rivets there be, code is spaghetti. Absolutely. Actually, let's do campaign. Have I got a mission set up? I think I do. Folder. Let's do one here. Missions to destroy an enemy armored company. The enemy company is expected to attack down 2 possible axes. You are to move to and defend one of these axes, or sit in reserve and wait for reports on what axis the enemy has chosen. Due to communication disruptions and recon unit losses, intelligence on the composition of the enemy threat is unavailable. We have not a whole lot of stuff here. We have a T-72M, a BMP-1, and a BRDM-2. That's it, apparently. And we don't know what the fuck we're going to be dealing with. Oh, we have a platoon. Okay, this is a bit better. We have a platoon. Looking at the terrain, if I get through this tree line, that gives me good view over the first section. They're probably going to go for the second, knowing my luck. These guys are deployed out in column. Once we get up here on the ridge, we're going to deploy them to line. Actually, probably echelon. Echelon might be better here, given the terrain. We do have another stand of trees in front of us, though, which is going to fuck with our line of sight. We can actually kind of cover both axes here, so what I'm going to do... I see a tank shell. I'm going to pull down here. We're going to deploy to line. First section's made contact, they're over there. So if we maybe push to the edge of this hill... Gonna be exposing myself a bit to do this, but try it. The sight lines aren't quite as good as I'd hoped. I should have read the contours better. This isn't a very steep hill, and a steep hill is really what I should have, or what I was kind of setting up for here, I should say. They're engaging through trees. Ah, there we go, that's why. It's 113. Tell my platoon to hold here. One of them's engaging something down there. I can't see what he's engaging. Okay, these two are holding this position, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull back down and I'm going to cut right, I think. Go ahead and lock the gun forwards, just so, you know, if there was barrel collision I wouldn't schwack it on a tree on the way through. The T-72 stabilizer is also not the greatest thing on Earth, so you generally don't want to be using it when you don't need to, like just for administrative moves or whatever. Okay, I no longer see the 113. Oh, yes I do. He's over there, but he's also knocked out. So we're going to come across this way. We're going to put the stab back on. They're coming from this direction. Down there. Don't see him. Just think I saw movement through those trees. I just did see a shell land there, but there's something behind that tree they're engaging, obviously. My commander doesn't see it. So we would see them if they're coming down that road, which they're not. They're definitely coming for the left position. So I'm going to continue pushing ahead. I'm going to have to be careful here because I'm kind of exposing myself, but we'll leave the other two tanks up in Overwatch and we'll advance down through the low ground here. Still can't see what my platoon mates are engaging. Oh, yes I can. A 113. Which should be dead. Definitely dead now. Oh, there's tanks. Tanks, tanks, tanks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to push ahead through this tree line and try and flank them. I'll leave my guys where they are now. Be nice if I could click on the map to tell them where to go. I'm sure that's a feature that will come in the future. But for now... Oh, fuck! I have no means of doing that. That's a Bradley. Wasn't quick enough. We got each other. So we're going to have to grab one of our other T-72s. We don't have any other T-72s. That didn't take long. So let me go up to where my platoon mates were. I still hear tank guns firing. Where were my platoon mates? That's me down there, I think. No, that's my platoon. Yeah, they got dunked. Well done. There goes our streak. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. I think we were scripted to lose this one. That's not a thing, obviously, but... Zomagod Waffles, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I don't think we're going to win this one, guys. I really don't think we're going to win this one. That's 4, 7, 8 Bradleys, 2 113s, and 4 Abrams against 3 T-72Ms, and a couple BRDMs. We had some fucking BMPs, allegedly, but I don't know where the fuck they were. I guess they got knocked out straight away. Oh, so that'll just go straight to the after action report. Oh yeah, he died to a toe straight away. He would have probably not even seen where that shot came from. Actually, look at that. Got hooked around a tree. In fact, it went through the trees. So yeah, this is something I think could be improved as the game matures, is AI not shooting through thick forest, let alone with toes, but it is what it is. It's early development. And that was the second of my platoon getting dunked by an Abrams. He did get a shot off, but it wasn't an effective one. Went through the commander's left leg, but that's all it did. And then, oh, okay. Yeah, situational awareness, want to buy. Yeah, there's no surviving that. But then I got the Bradley with my dying shot. Literally, like, as I got hit, the gun went off and it killed him as well. So yeah, what was that? 7 mission streak. Ended by a Chadley. Let's do a NATO campaign this time. You change the tint on this little banner here when you change teams. They're all defend. Oh no, assault strategic location. Let's do an attack mission. Enemy forces have fortified a key tactical position in your area. Assault the position, destroy a route, defenders hold for reinforcements. Due to communication disruptions and recon unit losses, yeah, same thing. It's just to keep it unpredictable. Oh, it says current streak 7. Well, not anymore. It might not be counting properly, I guess. For those of you who haven't seen this game before and are wondering what you're looking at, if you type gunner heat GHPC in chat, Beepski will give you the rundown and some handy links. But yeah, the game's called Gunner Heat PC. It is now on Steam. It's not released yet on Steam. It will be next month. Next month into early access. But because I have been supporting game development through Patreon for quite a while now, I've got the Patreon demo. There's a free demo which has less usable vehicles. You can still play against the different vehicles and you can still use them on the test range, I think, on the proving ground, but you're limited to the older tanks in missions. But the Patreon demo has all of the vehicles unlocked. Yep, already, Marius, already. So next month, I forget the exact date, but I think it's like towards the middle or end of the month they're planning on releasing it. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go down there, we might go up through this town, and then this ridgeline, I think. This ridgeline's gonna be the way to go. We've already got our guys here in Column, we got some Chadleys doing their own thing as well. So we're past the rally point now. I'll bring them down. I don't want to get up on that ridge. maybe. So if I go through the town, down this road, up on that ridge, and then across this ridge line on that, I think that's a forest trail there. I don't know how the enemy are deployed, I can only guess. The choke point I'm supposed to assault's down here, so if I had to guess, I'd say the enemy are either deployed along this ridge, or along that ridge, or they're going to be on this side. I just don't know which. So I need to try and not blunder head first into them. If I were them, I'd probably have a guy here, or some guys here, and then some guys up here, but I don't know. It's never been patrons only, but like all of the vehicles being unlocked is patrons only. But the free demo has always been a thing as far as I remember. It just has less drivable stuff. Once it goes into early access release on Steam, you'll be able to buy the game for a one-off price. It will be discounted at release. Kind of encourage people to get on board. If you've been a patron long enough to have paid more than the discount game price through your Patreon payments, you'll just get a key for the game. You won't need to pay for it again. And then I think after that they're going to be moving to a new model with Patreon, so if you continue to support development additionally through Patreon as well as the actual cost of purchasing the game, there'll be like a sort of unstable development build you'll be able to get into. Versus just the regular build, which will be updated on Steam. And once the game is out on Steam, I'm not sure if the free demo is going to be supported at all, but I mean, it still exists, so... Ah, Ilds. Good to see you. Yeah, the Enigma popped in chat to tell me about that. I'd heard about the 80, but the 150, holy fuck. I'm going to do this mission, and probably by the time this is over, it'll be time for 150 players. So I got to go to class pretty shortly, so I might be able to hop on Enigmas for like 1 or 2 sorties, but I want to hop on and see how it goes. You know, it'd be really funny though, is if with the 150 player limit, there's so many people wanting to play a 150 player server, they DDoS the server anyway. Oh, I missed my turn. Shit. How to navigate. Want to buy a GPS in 1985. How you going? Oh, you know what? Let me just pause here. But before we go any further in the mission, you guys may have glimpsed it beforehand in the M60, but I kind of want to showcase here. They know their audience at Radiant Simulations. They know their audience. I don't know how well that text comes through on stream, but and I can't help but feel I may be slightly personally responsible for that, because I was annoying Harry because I noticed the collar tabs on the Soviet infantry were upside down. And I don't think he was very impressed by me doing that, although he's known me long enough, he should have expected it. Alright, that's our road over there. I can't wait until the infantry are in. I think that's going to make the game like a whole new experience. And I gotta say, they look really nice too, except the collar tabs. Oh, I know, Gern. I'm well aware. I am like one of the biggest cunts there is. I well and truly sit right smack bang in the middle of that. Hey, Kebab! Thanks for the raid, man! Hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. We're having a kind of short one this morning, because I got a dash to online classes in about an hour and a half, but we did some M1 tanking in ArmA this morning. We were playing a mission based on the 2003 invasion of Iraq, so we're in an Abrams, I was gunning, and it put me in a tank kind of mood, so we're playing some Gunner Heat PC now. After this mission, probably going to hop over to DCS just to see what glorious pandemonium unfolds when Enigma server switches over to 150 slots. I'll probably fly a sortie or two and then I gotta run, so... But yeah. Confirm for tanky, yes. Clearly, I'm in a tank. What else could I be? Short 4 hours. And look, 4 hours is short by my standards. Very short by my standards. Yeah, 150 slots, Jake. They actually found, because they increased the player count to 80 slots already, and they actually found that the 80 slots runs better than the 56 because the issue was people were spam clicking to try and connect to the server when it's full, and when you connect or disconnect to a server or try and establish a connection to one that it's already full in DCS, it basically DDoSes the server. Which is a kind of effect I'd noticed before on less populated servers, but I'd imagine with that many slots and that many people trying to get in, it's really exaggerated. So they found that by increasing the slots and reducing the number of people just spam clicking connect, it improves server performance. So that should help with the desync. Might not remove it completely, but it should help. Surprised your commander doesn't get injured when you drive through tree branches and get schwacked in the face by it. Yeah, well, I mean, the gun would catch some of it. You'd also typically not be fully out of the hatch. You'd be sitting in the kind of parapet position with the hatch popped partway open and just like your eyes above the periscope level. On the T-72, it's not a concern at all because your hatch is in front of you, so you just duck behind your hatch and it shields you. So I'm kind of taking my time here because I don't fully know where the enemy's deployed, but I can hear gunfire, so they're over that way. They're probably engaging the Bradleys already. So what we'll do is we'll keep following... actually, no, we'll shortcut. We'll just shortcut across the field here. We'll get up on that ridge, and that should give us a decent view of the valley below. Yeah, this is one of the games I'm really looking forwards to. It's an indie project. Currently, one full-time dev. It's like 7 or 8 people steady working on the project, plus a few contractors, whenever they need something that the dev team doesn't have organically. So it's a really small team, but really committed. Excuse me, really committed. And in a world of free-to-play games with really grindy, shitty economies to unlock things, this is a return to the 90s and early 2000s in terms of tank sims. This is, there's no unlocks, there's no tech tree, there's no free-to-play bullshit. You pay one price for the game, and you get tanks. You get actual tank combat, not War Thunder. War Thunder has its place, don't get me wrong, but this ain't it. So I grew up playing M1 Tank Platoon 2, which dates me slightly, but this is a return to the kind of game that I'm used to, which I'm really, really excited for. Oh, really? Wow, the fucking Chatterleys are so cracked we didn't even get a fucking look in. Chadley OP, please nerf. Not really. Holy fuck, I was so overcautious. They were deployed across that ridge, so they were actually at the choke point. We're just going to take up Overwatch here. Let's go into the free cam and actually see where they were deployed. Ah, okay, so they were over there. Where did the M2s come from? We can use the debug thermals. Okay, so the M2s came down that hill, and the East Germans were deployed along here. They're not deployed very well, to be honest. I mean, it's not a bad position. You can kind of reverse slope as people come over the crest there, which is how they got those 2 Bradleys. It's not a bad position, but it could have been better, I guess. I have a habit of underestimating distances because I forget how big the newer maps are in this game. So I thought this valley was much narrower. So we'll do another mission. I guess we got time for one more. Mr. Terminator, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Do you think 150 players will be the ultimate blue stack? Depends on hours. It was red stacked last night when I got on. It evened out while I was playing, especially in light of what was happening. But yeah, like the stacks change based on what time of day it is. Blue tends to stack during US time zones. Red tends to stack during sort of like Eastern European and Asian, Australian, New Zealand time zones. European, like Western European time zones are about equal. So it really depends. Let's just quickly go through the after action because I'm curious. Yeah, he got fucked on by a tow. He got fucked on by a tow. He also got fucked on by a tow. They all got fucked on by tows. And then you can see that Bradley's took a pair of losses. So that was one of them that got knocked out as they crested that hill, like I said. So if we go back to the T-72 that took that shot, you can see as the Bradley crested the hill, he just got fucking pegged by a Sabo round. And then, ooh. That's people soup. But yeah, the tow is, I-tow, like I said, the improved tow is monstrous when it hits. Oh. Oh no, we got some friendly fire there. He went to take a tow shot and his buddy crossed, actually he was crossing behind, I think. Yeah, he's crossing behind and he smashed his buddy. That does happen. I believe that there was at least 1 or 2 instances during Desert Storm of Bradley's getting friendly fired, mostly by Abrams, but that's what happens. Situational awareness in an armored vehicle is very hard. You can't really tell what's going on around you very easily while you're buttoned up, so it's very easy, and you don't always have the best muzzle awareness, which is why American tankers tend to, if you ask them, I don't know if they still do this with modern optics, but certainly the older guys that served in M60s and the early Abrams, what they would do is they'd use the gunner's primary sight to spot things, because the gunner's primary sight sits on top of the turret. You can see over hills slightly. So you'd use the GPS to spot someone, and then you duck down into the auxiliary sight, which sits coaxial to the gun, right next to the gun, and you would use that to confirm the gun barrel was clear of terrain or other vehicles, and then you would go back up to the GPS to engage. The GPS is the only optic you can use at the moment. The auxiliary sight will be added, it just hasn't been done yet. For the T-72, that's not going to be an option because the T-72... actually, is it? I can't remember if the 72 has an auxiliary sight. Hang on. I should know this, but I don't remember. No, I don't believe it does. So if we go down here, if I slow the camera down so I'm not whizzing around the place a million miles an hour, yeah, you can see there's no auxiliary sight there. You can see the coaxial there. That's the coax gun. And then that's your primary sight. And then the thing with the bolted over cover is your night sight. That's got an armored cover bolted over it in daylight, because if that's exposed to full sun, it will, or just daylight in general, will rat fuck the optic. Early night vision does not, well, any night vision does not cope well with full broad daylight. So you would have an armored cover over that to protect the optic during daylight, and then at night you'd take that cover off and use that optic. And you can see that the primary sight here also has a little, does it actually have a shutter on the 72? I don't think it does. It has a little doghouse, but I don't think it has an actual shutter. But yeah, as you can see, the tow is fucking cracked. So we'll do one more mission, I think. 250. Holy fuck, dude. I do wonder what the kind of balance is going to be where you actually end up with that many players and it degrades performance again. Because you want to have more player, like a higher player count to stop people from spam clicking to get in, but you don't want the entire of the DCS community in one server. That sounds like it would cause some PC combustions. So we lost 3 crewmen and 3 Bradleys. And I think 2 of those crew were in a single Bradley, and then 1 was the gunner that got, or the commander that got fucked by the Bradley behind him. And the East Germans just got absolutely trashed. Let's defend this time with M60s, not Abrams. Enemy armored force inbound on your position, reinforcements not available. Of course, you will need to repel the attack and hold a position. We don't know what's attacking us, just that it's the East Germans. Finish my match with the T-55 and the Motor Rifle Battalion. Nice. How are the casualties? How many thousands of people died? I know I'm probably overestimating the number of people involved, but it looked like it was pretty messy. So we want to hold the observation point. What we're going to do... Contacts are coming through that way. I want to get onto one of these ridges, probably that one there. It is a bit exposed because the tree line's on the back slope, but I want to get into a position where I can utilize my superior optics and make long-range shots. Sorry, I'm having some optical difficulties of my own here at the moment. I got about 3 hours of sleep last night, so my eyes are a bit fuzzy, as it were. Now I've got to sit through 4 hours of lectures after this. Platoon, follow, please. I should have checked they were actually following me to begin with. Oh, we got some nice open country here. So that's our ridgeline there. In fact, yeah, okay. That's the ridgeline there that I want to use, so this is the road that leads onto it. Classes are you in currently? So I'm doing a Diploma of Community Services, which I'd already done before, except for like 1 unit. I didn't finish it because real life interceded. So I'm actually finishing it now. But I can't get recognition of prior learning for the whole course because it was too many years ago, which is a good thing anyway, because the field changes so often. So I'm basically back to square one with it. But having done the course before, it's easy for me to keep track, even if I'm still having some difficulties with my attention span, because online classes are not really very well suited to people with ADHD. Even with the meds, I only have so much attention span. But because I have done the course before, it helps me kind of get over that hump a bit. No sightings yet. The risk here is that they're going to take a less obvious route and just outflank me. Oh, maybe not. Shit. And I am skylined here, which is very risky. But we've caught them in a little fucking bowl. And they're all bunched up. Fuck. I want to take the tanks first. You can hear the crew start panicking when the enemy's close or when they're aiming at them. The BMPs, thankfully, are a little less aware of where I am. Okay, they're masked behind that slope. It's gonna come out there. I'm gonna have to relocate, I think. Actually, he'll come out down that end. GS currently at 32 to 15 blue stack. I mean, it's GS, so of course. Although GS has fucking mirror matches now. They've got, like, setups where it's fucking F-16 versus F-16, which is one of the reasons I haven't played there in probably a year or more at this point. It's just not fun or interesting anymore. I'm gonna expose myself a little here. Yep. Okay, the hill's in the way. Shit! My other M60s are doing some very silly stuff here in terms of positioning because I forgot to tell them to get into the right formation. He wants me to engage a trailing man. God damn! Yeah, I did not position my tanks well. We're gonna use this guy's wreck as cover. That's why you don't skyline yourself in a tank, guys. It's a lesson I need to learn, obviously. The other one should be... Oh fuck, he's behind that hill already. BMPs move quick when they want to. Very quick. He hasn't noticed me. Missed. Don't know what happened to that shot. I shouldn't have been shooting over. Although I think the M60 has fire gating. I know that the T72 does. I thought that the M60 did as well. Well, we achieved a victory, but we lost, what, 2 or 3 tanks to do it? So we can afford to run another mission here. Hey, Stoller. Cheers to the lurk, man. That could have gone a lot better. That could have gone a hell of a lot better. At least we got the T-72s straight away. It would have been worse if they'd been still up. You can see, though, how the BMP's Grom, especially at close range like this, absolutely wrecks the M60. On one of my YouTube uploads of Gunner Heat PC gameplay, there was a very enlightened individual saying that the game is bullshit because there's no way that the BMP's Grom could ever penetrate an M60. The M60 would simply bounce it at, like, no, you're on crack, my man. The M60's armor is not actually very good, particularly on the hull, but even on the turret. The Grom is firing essentially the same projectile as an SPG-9. The Grom itself is a cut-down SPG-9, more or less. So that's a pretty substantial recoilless rifle. Well, it's not even a recoilless rifle. It's... The Grom and the SPG-9 are in a weird place. They're not a recoilless, but they're not really a rocket launcher or a grenade launcher either. It's, you know, it's a rocket-propelled grenade of sorts. It's just RPG, but bigger, basically. And tube-fired. But that's what the Grom is. It's a 73mm heat round. Rocket boosted, so you can see how flat it flies once the rocket booster kicks in. The Grom is almost completely flat trajectory out to about 300-400 meters, and then it starts dropping off rapidly. The Grom is very fucking weird, and it makes it difficult to aim at longer distances because you have to account for the ballistics. At 300 meters or less, it goes point blank. It's point and click, basically. But once you get past that range, it drops off very rapidly, and it can make your range estimation really difficult. Finished my match with a T-55, and... Oh, I already read that, didn't I? Lost 182 out of 505 total. Rough, but... mission accomplished? 138 of 194. Yeah, like, the thing is, like... That's heavy casualties for you, but proportionally speaking, he had it a lot worse, and politically speaking, he's going to have a bad time, because he's not going to be able to absorb those casualties the same way you can. Oh my lord. Yeah, that went poorly. Very poorly. And here you can see... Where's a good example? If I go back to the one that... yeah, like there. So that fucked up a lot of stuff, but notice how the gunner didn't actually take any hits. because there's a bit of an armoured, well, not really even an armoured screen, just a firewall, thin firewall between him and the front compartment. So that damage was mostly contained to the engine compartment, and then the driver and the commander got fucked, but the gunner was still fine and the ammunition wasn't hit, so he was able to then pop the tank that shot him straight through the front armor. So yeah, like, BMPs are, even the BMP-1, you might look at it and think, oh, that's cute, it's got a shitty M-Claws missile and a shitty fucking 73mm low-pressure gun. It'll fuck you up, especially at close range. The reason why the BMP has such a weird weapon setup, if I just kind of go into this mode and then into the free cam, the reason it has such a weird weapon setup is because the Malyutka has a dead zone of about 300 to 400 meters. Because it's a manual command to line of sight missile, and because the missile launches at an angle, you'll notice that the rail is angled up very slightly compared to the gun. It takes you a second or two for the guidance system, which is to say the gunner with a little joystick, to gather it into his field of view and figure out what the missile's doing and then get it kind of under his control. So within about 300 meters, the Malyutka is not very effective. In fact, it's more or less completely ineffective. And so that's what the Grom is for. That's why the Grom is so min-maxed for short range, is because you only really need it to destroy things within 300 meters, where the Malyutka can't hit them. And then beyond that range, you have the Malyutka, and that will kill tanks. And it doesn't matter if the Grom can't reach them, because the Grom isn't going to be killing them at that range anyway. You just use the ATGM. That's why this bizarro weapon setup exists. It's a very Soviet way of doing things. Like I said, the Soviets basically, I've said this on past streams with regards to their aircraft and their armored vehicles, they're very min-maxy. Their submarines too. Just a lot of their weapons were designed for a very specific purpose, in a very specific way, to operate within very specific parameters. The Soviets put a lot of time and effort into studying military history and military art, and they used it to draw up a very sort of deeply scientific study of how warfare works, and then designed around that. They also, of course, were designing for a massive conscript army, not all of whom were fluent in the same language. So they had a lot of kind of external considerations to plan around, and also their economy was like a fraction of the US's economy. So they had a lot of stuff to kind of work with, and it resulted in some very unique designs. 255, you lunatic. You fucking lunatic. I'll be on there in a bit. I might do one more mission. Well then. I don't think... Oh, what's the highest server count I've ever seen in DCS? I think the highest server limit I've ever seen in DCS was 50-something or 60-something. And that was on GS. And I thought that was optimistic. But yeah, like, if it actually improves... if it actually improves performance that much, that'll be impressive. Might change the meta a bit, as it were. Let's do another assault. M1s. Oh, we actually know what the enemy have got. Enemy forces have fortified a key tactical position in your area of operations. Assault the position, destroy or rout the defenders, and hold for reinforcements. Scouts were forced to withdraw rapidly, but managed to identify specific assets in the enemy force. I think this is the only time I've had this happen in the campaign generated missions. It's usually, we don't know what the fuck's there, because the scouts got shat on. So we got 1 platoon of M1 IPs, so 4 tanks, and 4 Bradleys. They have 3 tanks, a Warsaw Pack platoon is 3, not 4. They gain an extra platoon at the company level to make up the numbers from memory. So we got 3 T-72Ms, which are the ones without the composite turret. 1 platoon, so 3 BMP-1s, and then 2 TOS launchers. Those are going to be nasty because they're really hard to see. And it's a better ATGM than the Malyutka. 100 Froggy strike package needs to happen now. Oh my god, could you imagine? Oh. Oh. Oh, it's low light conditions, is it? Okay, well this is gonna be interesting. This might not go quite so well for the packed forces then, if it's going to be low light. Let's go wedge. We'll keep it fairly close though, because we're in pretty close country here. A lot of trees and shit. We're just going to ignore the rally point. We're going to go... no. We'll follow the road here, I think. We'll leave the convoy lights. We'll follow the road here. It's a bit bright still for the commander's night vision. I was thinking of just cutting across and getting on this ridge, but that's like point blank range. That might not end well for me, so we'll just follow the road. We could flank around to the south as well, but that'll take too long, since I do want to get at least 1 or 2 sorties in DCS. You played War Thunder at all since the nukes got added? When did the nukes get added? That was ages ago, wasn't it? Like at least a year or 2? So I've played it since then, but I've never actually seen a nuke happen. I don't play that much. Transitioning from a modern pilot and still can't reliably land the fish bed. Okay, there's a couple of things to bear in mind with the MiG-21, and this is usually what trips people up. Blown flap system. Do not cut the throttle to idle until all of the wheels are on the ground. This is the single biggest thing that fucks people in the MiG-21, is that they're cutting to idle like you would in most... Well, you wouldn't in most aircraft, to be fair. That's a bad habit that the 4th gens in DCS give you. Even in a Cessna 152 you wouldn't do this, but... people cut to idle to try and drift it down the last little bit, or like they'll go into the flare and then cut to idle. Do not do that. Do not do that. There's a detent on the throttle. In Russian it's written as SPS, which is Sistema fucking something. I don't know what the words are. But it's a blown flap system. In English I think it's just written as land. It might be BLC or land, I forget what, because I don't use the English cockpit. That is your BLC cutoff. Do not move the throttle below that position until you're on the ground. In the real jet, there's actually a detent there, so you have to pull the finger lifts to get the throttle back to idle cutoff. Yeah, there's thermals. We're just turned out of the commander's hatch. And it's a bit bright to be using our regular night vision, because it's kind of blooming out in the sunset. Yeah, so, like, don't do that. Don't cut the throttle until you're on the ground. You want to kind of come on with a reasonable amount of power. So the references I use for landing the MiG-21 are you want to get into the approach at about 350 to 400 kilometers an hour. You don't want to really be faster than that, and you don't want to be any slower than that. So 350 to 400 is my kind of go-to for approach. Obviously, that would change with weight and all these, like weight, wind, stuff like that. But I find that overloading DCS players with things like that, or telling them to use the AOA, which is what you should be using, is a bit, doesn't really work. So I'll give you speeds. 350 to 400 approach. 1 stage of flaps within about 5 or 10 kilometers of the airfield. Kind of establish yourself on the runway, heading, get the gear down and the landing flaps out no later than the inner marker, but really you don't want to do the landing flaps any earlier than probably about 5 kilometers at the earliest, because they cause a lot of drag. The MiG-21's flaps are there to create drag more than they are to create lift. So 350 to 400 approach, 10 degrees angle of attack is what you want to hold. That's on the angle of attack indicator, not true, because they disagree with each other. Anytime you give angle of attack in the MiG-21, it references the gauge, not the F2 bar. The F2 bar is the true angle of attack, which is irrelevant to you as a pilot, because you don't know what that is in the jet. There's no way of measuring it in the jet. So that's what you do. 350, 400, 10 degrees angle of attack, line yourself up on the runway, you know, within about 5 kilometers, gear and full flaps down. With the flaps in the landing position, do not engage the afterburner. Do not try and engage the afterburner. If you select afterburner with full flaps and the blown flap system enabled, it will not ignite, but the nozzle will schedule open anyway, and you'll lose all your thrust. Like, if the nozzle's fully open and the afterburner's not running, that's the same conditions as fucking idle. So you're producing no thrust, and the engine's going to start disliking it very intensely. So, no afterburner. For any reason, if you have to go around, do not engage the afterburner. Go to mill power, bring the flaps up to takeoff, and then engage the afterburner. You have to wait for the flaps to come up to take off before you engage the afterburner, or you will kill yourself. As you come in over the end of the runway, you want to be doing about 350 kilometers an hour, 320 to 350, still holding 10 degrees angle of attack. Gentle flare, very gentle flare as you come down the last couple meters of altitude. And like I said, keep a little bit of power on. You ideally want to touch down around 280 to 320 kilometers an hour. You can touch down slower or faster, but I wouldn't recommend it. If you touch down slower than about 260, you're probably going to slam it onto the ground. If you touch down faster than 320, 340, you're probably going to burst the tires. No air brake. I don't even use the air brake on landing. You really, I mean, Czech procedure might be different, but Soviet procedure was no air brake during landing whatsoever for any reason in the MiG-21. You would use the parachute to slow yourself down. You wouldn't use air brake during a flare. Still no enemy sighted. Probably be over this ridge. So yeah, basically to kind of condense it down, approach 350, 400, 10 degrees angle of attack, over the piano keys, or over the fence really, at about 320 to 350, 10 degrees angle of attack, full flaps, landing gear, probably 80 to 90% RPM, just to keep you in the air at that kind of speed with the full flaps. And then touchdown, 280 to 320, gentle flare.
Low-level strike mission during winter with typical Christmas weather on Russian postions.
That sounds fun. You can actually use the F5's radar to fly, essentially, IFR, IMC, I guess, through valleys in DCS, so that's something I would like to do. Something I could demonstrate on stream sometime, maybe. Yeah, like, that's why you don't use the air brake, is because the aircraft can get away from you and you won't be able to recover it. That's why, like I said, the Czechs maybe did things differently, but in Soviet service, if you were caught using the air brake on landing in the MiG-21 more than once or twice, you were reassigned from a fighter regiment to something else. You were not flying fighters anymore if you were caught doing that, because it was dangerous and it was going to potentially trash the aircraft and kill you. Like, if you noticed, a lot of the real-world MiG-21 crashes, especially recently, have been on landing, and it's because that is the most dangerous phase of flying the aircraft. Wow. Man, the Bradleys are getting all the work done before I can get anywhere. Holy shit. Okay, so there's the Bradleys. They're getting killed. Where are the East Germans? Other side of that town, maybe? Target lost. Shit. Through the trees, perhaps. Like I said, the AI spot things through trees a little too well at the moment. Hopefully it'll be adjusted at some point. There's a Bradley there, parked in the town. Oh, he's been hit. Is that another... Yeah, that's another Bradley. He's looking at something up on that ridge. F5 AUG style. Oh god, yeah. No radar then. Also, something to be aware of, the parachute in the MiG-21 rips off at or above about 320 kilometers an hour, so do not deploy the chute above 320 or you will lose it. But the biggest mistakes people make are reducing power to idle before they're on the ground. So, like, if you cut the power too far, the blown flap system cuts out. It just cuts out, stops tapping air off the compressor, and you lose, like, half your lift, and the aircraft just becomes a brick. The other mistake is coming in too high of an angle of attack or too slow, usually both. And then the common attempt to fix that is to go into afterburner, which then kills your thrust, because the engine just schedules the nozzle open without lighting off, which is, you know, a suicide maneuver, essentially. We're on the position these guys are supposed to be in, but I'm not seeing them. Yeah, I'm not going to see him in the dark. Got him just as he was about to fire at us, I think. So that's 2 tanks. There's another wreck there. That's a BMP, I think. There's another tank somewhere around here, most likely. So it'll be a platoon of 3. So we're 2 tanks accounted for in a BMP, so we're missing 2 BMPs and a tank. And then the ATGMs. Oh shit, I forgot there's fucking ATGMs, isn't there? I shouldn't be charging down the hill. That's his turret, I think. The ATGMs are the real scary thing, because I'm not going to see them until they've fired at me, most likely. As you can see, the American tank commanders have first gen, I guess, night vision, first or second. It can see passively, put it that way. Yeah, that was an ATGM. Jesus. So we're tracked. We're going to swap to another Abrams. It looks like this guy has taken over platoon lead after I got tracked. We'll just get him to stop face-fucking the other tanks. Anyway, the American tank commanders can see passively at night. The Warsaw Pact ones have shittier NV. Nods, whatever you want to call it. And so they cannot see very well in the dark. They have to have a spotlight running. Oh, fuck. Don't think I don't see you. I think the gunner may actually already be dead, but we'll just hose him down to be sure. You'll notice how my own tank is blurry, which is something DCS simulates as well. Night vision optics are focused out to infinity, so things that are really close to you will be blurry, you can't see them. Depth of field. Also, there's quite a bit of light bleed because it's still quite bright out. The early Soviet night vision optics, particularly the infantry rifle ones and the like the helmet-mounted ones, tank drivers optics as well. I've got a pair of them that work. They have quite a severe fisheye effect to them. I'm not sure why. It's the only time I've seen that on optics, like proper optics, is early generation Soviet night vision. Typically, you won't get fisheye at all, but on those you do for some reason. I don't know if we're going to be able to find these last guys. We'll just head back up to the objective, I guess, and see if we can catch them on the way there. There's actually a town we'll go through here, so we can follow the road. And then once we complete this mission, we'll hop over quickly to DCS, because I've got about an hour left before I have to go. Probably shouldn't be late to class today, but I might spend an extra 5-10 minutes just to see how the server's running with that many players on it. That's wild, dude. That's fucking wild. There's an 8-hour class on YouTube. Yeah, some fucking mental case made an 8-hour video on how to fly the DCS MiG-21. I don't know what kind of lunatic would do something like that. Needs to be in an asylum, quite frankly, if you ask me. Part 2 of that's postponed until they rework the aircraft, because I didn't think there was much point doing like how to use the ASP for air to ground and stuff until it's reworked. I don't want to have to redo it all anyway. Just hit the limit, it seems. It froze at 114. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's crazy compared to the regular. Well, hey, now we know where the limit is, and it can be set a little higher so that, you know, when the server is bumping, there's less people DDoSing it trying to connect. That's quite cool, though. Some live server science. Okay, I'm gonna have to get rid of that because it's blinding me. That's, I think, one of our Chadleys burnt out. So the actual objective is right where I am. There's another Chadley, also abandoned. There should be. There's a Chadley still alive. There should be another couple BMPs. Another ATGM somewhere. All I can think is they're behind a stand of trees over this way and we missed them. No, I'll tell you guys what. Remember how I said I might do a second stream later in the day? We'll stay with Gunner Heat PC until the end of this stream. And then later in the day, so afternoon my time, after class, we'll probably hop an Enigma server then. It'll be a little less crowded then anyway. I was going to take a break, like I said, until some issues are resolved, but no, we'll hop on there to try it out with a new player cap. My commander does not see him for some reason. Re-engage because he didn't cook. That cooked him. There we go. Yeah, I know, right, Razor? Crazy, man. So there's our tracked Abrams there. Yeah, that was the last packed vehicle, I think. So where was that ATGM? They're going to be hard to spot because it won't have a thermal signature. The gunner's body might, though. There it is. So there's one ATGM. I don't see a corpse, so I would say old mate abandoned it when it was fired at. And there was another one that I think there was a corpse at. Not sure where. So there's one there. And then I don't know where the second one was. Unless it was in this tree line somewhere. What's that? Is that a... Oh, that's just infrastructure. So there's our forces. What's left of them? There's the two BMPs. There's another one behind that building, so we didn't see him. He's still up. He's not. He's actually not retreating either. He's just chilling. I don't know where the other ATGM is. But yeah, that's that mission done. So, oh yeah, that Bradley got screwed. ATGMs are not fun to get hit by at all. So this is one of the Bradleys engaging that BMP. That was what burnt him out, I guess, was just being pounded over and over again by that. That would have cooked him. He got fucked by an ATGM. Oh, it was over there. Oh, shit. Yeah, it was over here. Never saw it. That's really well concealed. And that was where we spotted the tanks and killed them. That was the hit that tracked that Abrams. So that was the that was that ATGM. That was the one I knocked out. But notice it went through. You can kind of see that the spool was stopped by the side armor, but the actual the plasma jet itself from the heat warhead still continued through the armor, cut through the armor, and just went straight through and impacted the far wall, but it didn't actually bring any spall with it. So the crew were fine. So they had a very close call there. They already, as Forestal, they already did Forestal. I don't remember if the Shitty Kitty was part of the same class as Forestal or not. I'm not super up on US carrier classes. It's funny though, because when Forestal came out, everyone was like, oh, if you want a real challenge, land the Tomcat on Forestal. Oh, it's so hard to land the Tomcat on... Oh my god. It's so hard to land the Tomcat on Forestal. Like, nah, bro. Nah. Like, if you want a real challenge, land anything on the Melbourne. So there's a... It's not official, but there's a mod for HMAS Melbourne, which is a Colossus class carrier. A light class of World War II. Like, sort of late World War II British carrier. It's tiny. It feels cramped even in the Skyhawk. The Tomcat physically can't land on the Melbourne because it's too big. The wingspan would wipe out the island. I don't even think the Hornet fits on it. No, the Kitty's conventional. The Big E was the first nuke boat. Yeah, it sounds like they found the limit. It's about 140 something. Or, no, it was 140, 114? What was it? Hang on, I did see it and then I missed it. 114, yeah, froze. I've missed a bunch of chat here, I can see. Oopsies. Don't forget with the 8-hour MiG-21 thing, by the way, watch the YouTube version of it because it's actually got chapter timestamps. I can't do that on Twitch, so the Twitch version's kind of useless, to be honest. Higher video quality, but otherwise useless. Polish short landing with shoot in the air. I've done that. You can do that in the 21. You just have to do it at the right speed. But yeah, I've done that approach in the 21 and DCS. They went above, but it's chugging, so it doesn't look like it's a hard limit. Interesting. So the game doesn't actually appear to have a hard limit. Let's defend down here. Missions prevent the capture of either friendly position. The enemy is expected to attack down 2 possible axes. Standard thing for this kind of defensive mission. We have M60s, Bradleys, and 113s, and we don't know what we're fighting. Yeah, if there is a limit, it's probably one of those. Get a special Discord rank for having watched all 8 hours. Tempting, but I don't know how I'd keep track of it. I really need to hurry up and set up like a automatic role assignment bot in the Discord. I've been meaning to do it literally for years at this point. I've just never got around to it. Because at the moment, like, all roles in my Discord are manually assigned. Which is very suboptimal. When you've got that many people in a Discord. Oh. Oh, this terrain is going to be interesting. They're coming downhill at us. And I don't... Oh, right over there. Okay. That's my real only good position here, unless I back up and head over that way. And even that might be a bit pushed too far forwards. But we're going to try it. Be interesting too, I don't know if it's like super complicated to do or what, but maybe one day as the game matures, having an option to tell your platoon like disperse, find your own cover. So like for instance I could take up a bit of a hull down here and they could go find a hull down somewhere else. We have ships sighted over there by 1st platoon. That's their scouts. Ooh, hello, I see one. It's a BRDM, most likely. Yeah, it's a BRDM. kind of a waste. I might leave them for the Bradleys. The Bradleys are going to chew them up anyway, so... They got some new music added to the game pretty recently, because I don't think I heard this one before today. I'm not sure if my gun barrel's clear of terrain here. I don't think it is. I kind of feel like they need a handbrake as well, because sometimes if you're parked on a slope like this, the tank will slide a little ways. It's really not a optimal position now I think about it. So they pushed their scouts down the first possible axis. Down there. It's curious if they're going to go that way. I don't want to commit to one or the other and then end up caught on the hop, but we might need to commit here. Still nothing heard at the right flank, which makes me wonder if they're terrain masked from 2nd Platoon. Falcon Black, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, okay, we're going to push out and we're going to go sort of reconnoiter the hilltop here by 2nd Platoon. Yep, 2nd Platoon's made contact with scouts, so there's scouts pushing both axes. That was a tank shell, right there. So they're coming from that direction. It's a BRDM engaging 2nd Platoon. I did get caught out of position here. So what we're going to do is we're going to get into the low ground. We're not going to follow the road because that will skyline me. We get into the low ground here. We're going to get onto that road because it's on a back slope and follow it around the top of those trees and hopefully get some flank shots in. I don't want to be engaging through the trees. The AI can see through trees better than I can at the moment. Hopefully, like I said, hopefully that gets addressed at some point. I'm sure it will. Enemy main attack on axis 1. Yeah, okay. So we're going to push through here. Get on their flank, hopefully, and knock them down as they cross the open field. Because it is quite open there, and they're going to be probably skylining themselves. So it should make for some nice targets if we can get into a good position. 124 is too much, don't bother joining till I put it back down to 100 or 80. Yeah, I'll be hopping on later in the day, I think, rather than joining this morning, so... Bit of a last minute change of plans, but I think that should be better. Can't see them. Okay, there's a hit. Still one in those trees. Somewhere. Yeah, DCS will be later today. Because I gotta go to class pretty soon, so there's no point me launching DCS now. Especially if it's going to be difficult to get into the server or the server's going to be unstable. I can't say for sure. Probably like six or so hours from now. So it'll be after lunch my time. I know that's going to be super late for a lot of you guys, but it is what it is. Actually, did they already get a tank there? I swear I saw 3 go into that tree line. Fuck. Where? Someone sees it. There. I'm going to cut across this brush line here. It's going to be exposing the rear of my tank a little, but because there might still be guys up there, but I want to get in behind them. So straight through this brush line. I think everything up there should have been dealt with, hopefully. We'll roll in behind them. 124 is the limit, okay. Well, the practical limit, I guess. That's pretty fucking impressive, dude. Now, the real interesting question will be, how does the game run for my client, like for my game, with that many people? He said the thing! Bit of a slaughter. BRDM's decrewed, I think. Or it's knocked out at any rate. Got to be careful because I don't know if there's another tank or something lurking over the ridge. We haven't routed them yet, so there's obviously still some effective packed force around. Oh, yeah, I hear it. It's a, I think, a BRDM. Actually, no, that's a 50 cal, sorry. That's a 113 engaging. Engaging what? BMP, probably, from the sounds of it. Sounded like a Grom firing. Yeah. I think there's one or two still alive, so we'll roll up on them here. Second one on the right. There's the second one behind him. There's a third one. Hiding behind his buddy. There we go. Mission accomplished. So we got 3 BMPs there. There's the 113 that we heard engaging them. I would hazard a guess, yeah, his gunner's dead. He got shot. So there's a platoon of BMPs there. Another 113 down there behind that bush. We had a Bradley. That got smoked. There's another platoon's worth of BMPs up here, along with a platoon of T-72s, BRDM, and then we knocked out a second platoon of T-72s up here. There's 2 of them, and the third guy, who must have got popped by the Bradley maybe, is all the way back here, because I certainly didn't hit him. That went reasonably well. So I'll just skip through these, I guess. Yeah, so the first guy to get knocked out got fucked by Bradley. By quite a long tow shot. Only 1,700 meters, it wasn't that long, but he got zapped by a tow. Bradley must have barely even seen him over that hill. That's quite an impressive shot. Yeah, it's I mean, even in a very early access kind of state, that's not even officially in early access yet, it's got a lot of potential. It's looking pretty good. And the end goal is essentially something similar to what games like M1 Tank Platoon were back in the day, just, you know, with modern graphical fidelity, a bit more in-depth simulation with regards to ballistics and things like that, so it should be really good. It's obviously not going to be a direct competitor to something like Steel Beast. Steel Beast is always going to be in a league of its own, but this will bring tank simulation to people who don't have the money or time to sink into Steel Beasts, and also kind of provide like a nice sort of themed environment, whereas Steel Beast is a bit more mixed master in terms of what it simulates. Hey Legolas, good to see you. Oof. Money, time, or attention span, yes, or all of the above. I really do want to get into Steel Beast at some point, I just never got around to it. One day I will, but I don't think that day is going to be particularly soon. Next mission. Hey Darkwood, we are doing some tanking in GHPC. Towards the end of the stream, probably going to be on for about another half hour or so. And then I'll be back on later in the day, if all goes according to plan, doing some DCS. Earlier on we had an ArmA mission. We were Abrams' crew during Operation Iraqi Freedom, so that was a bit of fun. I haven't done haven't done any tanking in ArmA for a long time, like 2 years at least, so that was pretty cool. Defend area. Strategic location and area are different from each other. Did we do a defend area or strategic location last time? Let's do an area this time. Okay, so that's, yeah, 2 axes of attack. Let's try a strategic location. Yeah, so they're different. Let's do this one. Prairie Fire, yes! I need to play Prairie Fire more often. Global Mobilization as well. I really love both it and Prairie Fire, but I barely get a chance to play them because my ArmA group, probably only about half of us have it, and so it's been a while since we played. I think I'm going to try and goad them into running another Prairie Fire anti-Stasi campaign or something. Okay, we'll set up our sights. We need to hold the point behind us. Contacts reported across the valley, so over that a ways. But we don't have the best line of sight here. What I'm gonna do, I kind of wish I could split off my platoon. Again, this is the kind of thing I expect will come as the game develops, is the ability to like give individual tanks in your platoon orders to like hold this position, go here, do that, whatever. But for the time being, they just move as a unit. Or did I tell them to halt? Oh, fuck it. See him. Shit. Yeah, my platoon aren't listening to me for... Oh, because I'm not the platoon commander, that's why. I got the stupids. One of the AI is the platoon commander. But it would be nice to be able to tell, like, one of the guys to stay there and cover, and then one of them to come over here, and then, you know, set up a more in-depth defense that way. I know I shouldn't really be showing the side of my tank to them like this, but I just want to get in position fast. There they are. He's looking at me. He's the biggest threat. That's a Malyutka. That's a bad shot. I kind of whiffed it. He's stuck on his buddy's turret. Little bit of frenzied action there. Jesus Christ. Whoa. Let's get moving. That's one platoon worth of T-55s, one platoon worth of BMPs. I don't know what else is coming, but there is almost certainly more coming. So I'm going to shift up to this village up here and find some cover, prepare for whatever else is on the way. Again, I'm kind of skylining myself here, I know. Bad habits, but I just want to get into position quickly before the engagement resumes. Wonder if they're in that low ground. It's not really a... There's a slight gully there I could use. Oh, never mind. Too late. We are where we are. That's probably gonna... Yep, that's gonna miss because he's changed direction. Sabo will get there quickly. Juked my shot. He also hit me, but it bounced. Well, it didn't bounce because it's heat, but it... Whoop! Uh-oh. The commander's still making calls, so I assume he's... like, he's wounded, but he's not dead, at least. Well, that was intense. And for a quick lay of the land kind of view, there we are. There's the first group we engaged and destroyed. And there's the second group. And the rest of our platoon is arrayed out on, I think, that ridge there. So let's go to the after action report. That was my first shot. That nicked his drive sprocket. I think it might have immobilized him. That was... Jesus, I didn't realize I got hit that early in the engagement. Didn't even hear it. Got him, got him. Interesting, actually. No, none of them got through. Sometimes you'll see penetrators or even individual bits of spool actually go through multiple vehicles, typically like the sides of a tank or BMPs that are close together. Thought it might have happened there with some spool, but it didn't. There's a guy that was hung up on his mate's turret. Hit his foot. Yeah, so it hit him in the foot. Where is it? It just grazed his heel, like it barely nicked him. You can just kind of see it there. It's that orange line touching the commander's heel. That's what wounded him. So he was hit, but he wasn't really hurt badly. Which explains why he was still fighting. And then we finished them off. This guy actually, I mean, he was combat ineffective almost immediately, but it took a few hits before he finally brewed up. Assault strategic location. Let's do another one of these. Enemy forces have fortified a key tactical position in your area of operations. Assault the position, destroy or rout defenders, hold for reinforcements. Our scouts are forced to withdraw before determining the size and composition of the enemy threat, so we have no fucking idea what we're dealing with besides tanks, question mark, and anti-tank emplacement, which will be a ATGM. We got 1 platoon of Abrams and 1 platoon of Bradleys. Sometimes this happens, the skybox bugs out, so I'm going to manually change the time by time accelerating. Now we've got proper darkness. So sometimes you'll see like the map is full bright, but the sky is dark. You just need to move the time a little bit. It's a bug that's existed for a while. It comes and goes, but you can pretty easily fix it. It is very dark. There is basically almost no ambient light. There's not even a moon. So this is going to be interesting to navigate. However, at least I'm in an Abrams. If I was in a T-55 or even a 72, this would be significantly more scary because I would not be able to see where I was going without active infrared, which would then give away my position. So these kinds of night missions in the Soviet tanks are really terrifying because you have no idea what's out there. And to kind of be able to see what you're doing and where you're going, you have to put up a giant "here I am" light, which everyone else can see. So what I tend to do, and I don't think it works super well against the AI. I think like the AI do factor in visibility for things like IR lamps and stuff, but it would work better against players. What I do, I need to go downhill to the next road, is I'll have one tank take up an overwatch position and turn its IR lamp on, and have a second tank push up in the area illuminated by its IR lamp with his off. I'm not sure... Oh, there we go. My guys are lagging behind a bit. I just looked back and saw one behind me. Move your sight into a spot, turn your lamp on for just a second, then move your sight and repeat, never keep it on. Yeah. Should probably get into the habit of doing that. I'm going to go ahead and use the cruise control here, because the reason I outran them is because I was just wailing on the W key, which is a bad habit. You don't want to rush yourself in this game, like I have been this stream. I think we've all seen the results. It's going to be difficult because they're going to be probably on that hilltop. I mean, I could roll in behind them here. They'll probably be watching down that way. I don't know. Like, I feel like it'll be too obvious if I go down there. The other thing is I could come across the top of this ridge here. Might be an idea. It's still a pretty big distance, though. I might do that. Because if I come up here and they're actually in that area, they're going to be back sloped to me. I'm not going to see them. Then again, if I'm up here, I'm not going to see them either if they're on the back slope. So the other option would be to come in from the south of this valley and engage across it, but it's going to be a long drive. Half an hour to kill, so... I missed my turn again. I can't see where I'm going. I think that's the road there. It's really hard to see. Yeah, okay, that's the road. So we're going to follow this. These missions do have pre-programmed waypoints at the start, which is when I spawned in, you saw those circles with lines running between them. Those are waypoints. You can set those up manually as well. It's just a line of sight at the moment, so you point the center of the screen where you want to go, press the new waypoint key, and it'll insert one. I don't really use it a lot, because at the moment it's kind of difficult to use. I'd prefer if I was just able to drop them in on the map, which is probably planned at some point. But yeah, like for the time being, I mostly just manually drive stuff, because the waypoints can get a little funky around certain types of terrain. So I'm not sure when the patch is dropping. I haven't been able to keep up with the Discord recently, so if they've announced it in there, I wouldn't have seen it, but I would imagine it's coming this week, probably within the next couple days. And that will bring the new sounds for the Abrams, plus the Bradley crew voice lines, and I think maybe artillery by then. I know it's in-game, I just don't know if it's going to be, like, completed to a level they want to release for the next patch. T64 relatively soon, I think. They've been showing little in-game sneak peeks of it pretty regularly now for the last couple of Q&A sessions, so I think the Soviets will be arriving imminently. The T64A is going to be really interesting to use with its rangefinder. Full Ask Q&A action scripter also teased new possible map, which will not be in full data. Ooh. Ooh. Is it still within CENTAG's area of responsibility, or might it perhaps be North Ag? Because that would be, like, that would be something I would love to see, is an expansion to include North Ag as well, because then you get T64B in large numbers, and you also get Chieftain. I bet Mike Delta would fucking love that too. He'd be all over that Chieftain. Aiming a bit... Oh, we're going further south? Interesting. Hello. I see a spotlight. Notice that? There's the Bradleys. See how I can see that? Oh, actually, that's a... No, that's a fire, sorry. I got the stupids, that's a fire. But if there was a spotlight on, I'd also be able to see it. Bavaria, ooh. Ooh. Interesting. They're still engaging, so I'm just going to bucket down this hill at full speed. I'm going to deploy the platoon, even though I think they're trailing behind because I took off without them. We're going to deploy them into wedge. I'm going to get some sick air vaulting over these hills. Patreon Q&A, wasn't it? The Q&As are usually Patreons. Patreons, patrons, whatever words. I'm not sure if they have anything left. Chadley's dealt with them all. You can see just how good having the thermal optics is at night. I mean, even in daylight, because you can spot heat sources quickly, but, like, at night, it's just ridiculously good. We're just gonna skip through to the next mission, I think. not much point looking at the after action report because we only got a single shot in. So there's not much to see there. We should have time for 1 or 2 more missions depending how quickly they go. We didn't even lose anything. They only had 3 tanks there. Defend, 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 defend. They're all defensive missions. Let's do one up here. Guarding the right flank of the battalion. Enemy armor is expected to attack through your position in order to break into our rear area. Prevent the enemy from breaking through your position. Our scouts are forced to withdraw before determining the size and composition of the enemy threat. Friendly forces, M60A3 TTS Bradley, and they have IFVs and scouts and tanks. So the full thing. We don't know which tanks though. Shooting range is getting a bit old and there's a very nice polygon. Oh, nice. Very nice. Okay, so contact report on the right flank. We got friendlies up that way somewhere. Kind of don't want to skyline myself here too much. I see shells flying down that a ways. Oh, somebody behind me just got fucked. They're coming through those trees. I just saw them for a moment. We can get a bit of a hold down here, potentially. It's not much of a one, but it's something. Oh my god, I just got so lucky. Can't really see him. There he is. Can't see him at all. Oh, hello. We'll go for this one. I can see him. He wants me to engage the guy through the trees, who I can't quite see. We're gonna... Oh, maybe I don't want to go where he was. Maybe I don't want to do that. We're gonna have to climb out of our hole down here, just so I can see past the trees. There he is. That was a mistake, but we got away with it. Uh-oh. There's more. Down behind terrain. The AI still gets a bit spotty sometimes when they're constantly gaining and losing and regaining line of sight behind terrain. So the voice lines will still get a little discombobulated from time to time, but they're a lot less discombobulated than they used to be. We just bounced something, I don't know what. Oh god, that's a Malyutka. Ooh! Last moment jink. There he is. There's some Grom gaming going on down there. Very long range engagement with the Grom for him, but... There's a Malyutka coming for my face! Oh, I couldn't move in time. I got stuck. Couldn't move. When smoke launches would be handy, yes, very. they will be implemented at some point. They were implemented in the original, like, sort of proof of concept version of the game, but they were being reworked pretty heavily, so they're not in the current version, but they will be coming back. Just don't know when. I don't know why he's sitting out in the open like that. See, they're crushed by impact angle, because these, the M456 heat rounds don't have shoulder fusing. They've only got a nose cap fuse, and so this is an issue you have with these older heat rounds, is that if you hit at a funky angle, they won't fuse. There we go, that one did. Oh. We traded. My turret crew's dead, so we're gonna have to swap again. Well, we got a Chadley now. Let's roll with the Chadley. And his nightmare vision. I wonder what weapon he even had selected there. That was interesting. We're driving the complete wrong direction, which is always helpful. We haven't routed the enemy yet, so we can assume they've still got a reasonably substantial... well, not substantial, but they've still got at least a couple vehicles left. And I don't know how many, or what vehicles, or where. Use that lightning quick Bradley turret traverse rate to kind of scan around, see if we can figure out what they've still got, and hope it's not a tank and that I'm not going to drive face first into it. It's probably lurking down in the low ground somewhere. Do I see movement? I cannot tell. No, it's a trash tank. I worry. I'm not entirely sure, Super. It depends on what wavelength the optics are looking for. I think short and medium waves shouldn't see smoke, and long waves should. So, things like engine hot smoke, like engine smoke generators, those won't do shit against most modern thermal optics. Shawshank has a couple of videos on his channel showing that the T-64 thermal sight that the Ukrainians have refitted their tanks with can see through engine smoke like it's not there. But yeah, I'm not sure for the thermals in these. I would imagine probably they should at least partially see through them, if not just altogether, but the thermals in general are pretty rough around the edges at the moment. The resolution's way too high. Like, you can pretty clearly see things and identify things with this at most ranges. In real life, these displays had resolutions like a postage stamp, basically. You know, like 320p kind of shit, or 240p kind of shit. Really bad res. And that's not modeled yet. It will be at some point, but it's not yet. So I'd imagine probably when that happens, a lot of the other thermal improvements, as in making it realistically shitty, will also come about. This concerns me. I wonder where this last guy is. Might be hung up on terrain at the back of the map. That does happen sometimes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That didn't kill him! Oh, it did. Oh my god. Just barely. We just barely got away with that. I don't know if they have anything left. We'll just push ahead and check. See if we can catch any BMPs or something running away. But I think that's going to be it for this mission, and that'll be it for this stream. Why it... All of a sudden, my fucking phone's getting notifications for shit that I have notifications turned off for. It's very annoying. Very, very annoying. Yeah, I'm curious if they're going to adjust the Malyuk at some point so it doesn't gyro stabilize. Because at the moment, if you do use the kind of the gaming way of releasing the controls and letting it gyro stabilize itself, it is actually kind of easy to get hits with at most ranges. But if you take that away, it's going to become very difficult to use. I think we killed them all. I don't know if there's anything left. I might have time for just one more. Let me just see if we can spot anyone that we missed. So we've got those guys there. That part of the map's pretty clear. Yeah, I think we got them all. Cool. So we will pop back to the menu and we'll do one more. Phone with ADHD, set up notification events. If notification on, does not modify. If notification off, randomly will remember to notify you. Yeah, I got notifications off for a bunch of stuff, but they just started popping up again all of a sudden. Oh, I think we've nearly won the campaign, possibly. I think that's how this works. Defend strategic, blah, 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 blah. They're all defend. So we will defend this position. Intel reports enemy armored force inbound. Yep, no reinforcements, of course. We have a single platoon of M60s, so this could be a little challenging. Hopefully I don't get them all killed in in one fell swoop. You got 4 hours of class? Yeah. Oh, it's done this again. So that bug comes and goes unpredictably. Contacts reported. And we're way up here. Okay, well this may not be the best setup if I'm supposed to be going soon, because I'm not going to be able to find them for a while. There's one of my other tanks. Not sure where the rest are. So if they're coming up there, they're probably going to come up one of those roads. I almost wonder if it's worth getting across the valley and parking up on this ridgeline. The only thing then is if they come through this side and around, it's going to be kind of difficult. And they're probably going to send a pretty substantial force. So I want to be looking like kind of southwest. That's where I should expect them from. So this general direction here. There's the other 2 tanks in my platoon. So we got 1 on the left, 2 on the right. Hey Josh. That's alright, man. We're going to end the stream pretty shortly because I've got to run to class. I'm probably going to be late, but whatever. But yeah, we did some M1 tanking in ArmA, and we've done some more tanking in GHPC. And in a couple hours, probably like 5-6 hours after class, I will be doing a bit of DCS. I don't know how long for, but we'll do a bit of DCS. Scanning a bit far to the left there. I don't need to scan that far. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, it is online, so I can always catch up on whatever I miss pretty easily. It's just kind of not a good habit to get into being late, so... If I'd realized it was going to give me a mission with this long of a wait for the enemy to roll up on us, I would have probably skipped it until next time. And I don't think there's a way to accelerate time yet. There's only a way to slow down time, which is the opposite of what I want. See, the kind of letterbox field of view of the M60's thermal sight is not really doing me any favors here. Maybe the enemy got stuck. It does happen sometimes, but like, even if they didn't get stuck, they spawned way the fuck over here, so they're going to be a while in arriving. Because they've got to navigate halfway across the map. The music in this game is... very good for tension building. Like, I don't know how well you guys can hear it over the sound of me slewing the turret around, but it's very subtle. And then once shit kicks off, it really starts up. What is? Enlighten me. I need to get some breakfast too. Probably have to do that. Oh yeah, the voice acting is fucking excellent. By the way, they haven't got round to finalizing the German voice acting yet, so they haven't got back to people because it isn't finalized yet. So you never know, you might end up in the game after all. I think they mentioned that last dev stream, that they haven't really been able to keep up with messaging people about progress on it, because they're still sorting it out. Quespo, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're just winding down. We're finishing off this one mission, and then I'm going to find someone to raid. I'll be streaming again later today. Or at least that's the plan. If something catastrophic happens between now and then, it might not end up happening, but the plan is, like 5-6 hours from now, I'll have another stream going, and we'll do some DCS. Since Enigma has done some weird science and managed to get the server cap up to like 100 and something people. Yeah, I know it's going to be an awkward time for a lot of my viewers, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, I live in the arse end of the world, in the worst time zone ever, and so, like, my normal sort of stream times involves me getting up very early in the morning. And then if I was to stream at like normal times a day for me, it would be early in the morning for the Europeans and the graveyard shift for the Americans, I think. Can I have Rita voice in my T-80B? I don't think Rita was ever used in ground vehicles. I think she was only used in aircraft. They are definitely taking their time, but like I said, they got a fair distance to travel, so they're going to be coming up one of these roads, and I'm not sure which. Now, I could try and push out and meet them on the way. There are a couple risks associated with that. One is that they'll just bypass me completely, get to the objective, and I'll fail the mission. While I'm off hunting around the boonies, trying to look for tanks that aren't there. The other one is we will bump into each other and I will get wiped. Especially if they're T-72s, because even though they can't see in the dark very well, they have a lot of firepower to play with. So all they need to do is figure out where I am, and I am screwed. And unlike the Abrams, the M60 can't really rely on its armor at all. I mean, even the Abrams can't at short ranges. 3BM15 will go through an Abrams front armor at close range. It's a bit sketchy, but it'll do it. When the Soviets come along with their good shit, like 3BM22, 3BM26, whatever it is they're getting, that's really going to change things up a bit, because that's the M60 suddenly going to become basically unarmored, and the Abrams is going to have trouble with it too, particularly the early Abrams. Like the initial, not the IP, but the initial production vehicles. Words are hard. I do want to push out, though. I don't think my current tank is a platoon commander. That one is a platoon commander. So if I start moving, they're not going to follow me, even if I tell them to. But that might be a good thing, because then I can leave 3 tanks here while I scout ahead. I think we'll do it. I think we'll cross the valley and act as a forward scout. Since we don't actually have any other assets, it's just our tanks, we're going to have to kind of self-scout, basically. Flooded your military chat with phantoms. Oh god, dude, I am so many months behind in that channel. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna catch up on it, but I kind of still want to at some point. But yeah, I mean, I'll probably see them in another 6 months' time. It's all good. I enjoy a good phantom or two. God damn it, Envy. Caught me just at the end of the stream. I'm actually already late for class, but we're just going to try and finish this one last mission. I'm going to make up an excuse as to why I'm late, and then I'll be streaming later on in the day doing some DCS. Because I want to see how well my PC handles 100 and something people on one server. I'm really curious about that now. I'm probably going to have to close my browser tabs, though, because I've still got all my shit running in the background that I would normally have closed during a stream. I find that during the morning streams I can get away with leaving it open. When we're playing with 100 and something people, though, I don't think that's going to work anymore. I don't think that's going to cut it. Watch them all bypass me. I pretty much guarantee they will. So, I don't know if they're going along the main road through that town down there. I don't know if they're coming over the ridgeline, in which case I'm going to run into them head first, probably. I don't know what they're doing. I have no clue. So it's pretty much dumb luck. I mean, yeah, I could go into free cam and use that to kind of cheat, to figure out where they are, and accelerate things a bit, but it doesn't feel right. Even if I am in a bit of a hurry. I know I'm late, Max. I will be going once this mission's done. I've been early every other day, so I can get away with being late once, I think. Also, that presentation, I don't know if I spoke about this already on stream, I forget. But the presentation, which I was panicking about because I didn't start it until literally like a couple hours before it was due, I did really well on that somehow. So, kind of riding the high off that one. Okay, I don't see any thermal signatures in this valley. So... If we start hearing gunfire behind us, we'll swap to one of the other M60s and just use that, rather than drive all the way back. Try not to crash into any trees. So the rest of our platoon's back that way, on that side of the valley. Yeah. Yeah, I found that out the other day. It needs to be in whole stopper to do it. The annoying thing is, like, it's not even the anxiety about actually getting the fucking assignment done in time. Like, this is me with any deadline. I get nothing, like, not just nothing done of what's on a deadline, but I get literally nothing done. Like, I cease to be a functional human being until the deadline is reached, at which point I rush whatever it was I was supposed to do at the last minute. I usually do, I usually overkill it, whatever it was. Not always, but usually. And then it's like, cool, I just spent like the last month and a half being incapable of doing even the most basic adult shit. For nothing, pretty much. Well, hey, that was fun. That's exactly what happened in the presentation, too. Really frustrating. That's the main thing, like, I wouldn't even care if I still can't get stuff done until the last minute, just as long as I could get other things unrelated to it done. That would be nice. That would be an improvement. I don't know where these guys are. I'm kind of tempted to go into cheater mode just to figure out if they're stuck at the edge of the map, because if they are, then I will just end the stream now. Fuck it. Fuck it, let's do it. Oh god. Oh god. Hang on, I need to turn that off, so then when I go into... yeah, there we go. Whoops, don't want to go zoom in. What I want to do is, spacebar. That's the right button. Spacebar is what I want. We're going to look around the edges of the map. They are driving. How badly stuck are they? Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, they're stuck. God damn it. It does happen sometimes. So, yeah, we're just gonna end the stream here, I think, unfortunately. That's a bummer, but it happens. Alright. Let me see where I can send you guys. And I'm gonna do a runner. There was a tank or two in that as well. Wasn't just BMPs. Fuck. Where's the right window, tab, whatever? I cannot find it. There it is. Ah! I know who I'm going to raid, because I was going to drop a raid on her the other day. One moment, please, chat. Right, there we go. If you guys like electronic music, you're going to enjoy Vox. I will see you all in probably 5 to 6-ish hours if all goes according to plan for some DCS. In the meantime, guys, stay safe, enjoy your day, and for those of you who are still awake, in a couple of hours, I will see you for some DCS.